Welcome to America's Day at the races here on Fox Sports 2. Officially now, for real, spring has sprung. Start of the spring meet here in New York at South Ozone Park. As we get set for the card to kick off here in just a few moments, and we have a good feature coming up later on. Of course, it is Wood Weekend, final major stop on the road to the Kentucky Derby from here in New York. Coming up on Saturday, 100th running of the Wood Memorial. Hello, everybody. Greg Wolf with me, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. Obviously very excited, not just about the Wood, but a tremendous card on Saturday.
Yeah, it's a great card, a 13-race card. We actually added a race because of the cancellation on Sunday, but a lot of stake races on the card. And of course, the Wood Memorial, historically a very, very important race, and a race that's produced a lot of very good horses over the years, whether or not towards the Derby, but towards other big races as well. And we're excited about Saturday's card. It really does mean spring has sprung. Now, normally we try to start turf racing this week, but I think as people learned last year, with us running so much more at Aqueduct while we're rebuilding Belmont, I want to let the turf courses grow in a little bit more. So turf racing will be starting in 3 weeks.
All right, so we very much, look forward to that. Meanwhile, our feature later today, it's the 7th. 6-horse field will line up, mile and 3/16, allowance optional claiming field that has a lot of talent in it. We'll start with Peak, who is coming off 2 very good efforts for Linda Rice.
Yeah, I mean, I think you and I both agree that Peak just seems to be a horse that's peaking. He's a horse that I think you made some good arguments to me a little bit earlier off the show about how he's a horse that showed potential early in his career when he finally got to the dirt, especially dry dirt tracks. And he's really flourishing for Linda Rice, running very well. He should be forwardly placed. And he just seems like a very logical player in a race that's pretty competitive.
Yeah, and faced in his last start, a horse named Mazmak, who's going to run in the Excelsior on the undercard on Wood Memorial Day, who's won 4 of his last 5 starts.
And he's a major player in that Excelsior, running against horses like Krupe and the speedy Batten Down as well. And, there's another side of this with Othello, the number 6 horse. If you bet $200 on him at 6-1, you can afford to buy a ticket to go see Denzel Washington.
$1,200?
$900 and change. $930 or $60 for orchestra seats. See Denzel and Jake Gyllenhaal down in Othello. I love Othello, but I ain't paying that much money.
That is quite a ticket.
It's like $300 and change for the worst seats.
Come to the Wood on Saturday instead. It is a lot more affordable, and maybe you can win the money to go see it.
Yeah, there you go.
Let's talk McAllen from the rail. Off for a long time for Todd Pletcher. Didn't see him from late March until February of this year. He came back pretty good, although he did get a hot pace to run into here.
He got, as you can see from the fractions on the screen, how fast they were going early, and he made that big run. He's a funny horse, and I'm sure he's a horse that's been very, actually, that's not him moving right now. He's moving from second to last to win this race, I think. Or maybe I'm wrong. No, I'm not sure which one he is.
No, this is him.
This is him. Okay, right. The horse took the lead. The pace, the speed had sort of folded at that point. This horse has been frustrating for Todd Pletcher because it's a horse that sort of takes himself out of races. He makes runs at the late in the race when he looks hopefully beaten, and obviously has some talent, but he doesn't appear that he's going to get that kind of pace to run at today. And the horses he may have to beat are much more forwardly placed than he is. So I think from a dynamic standpoint, he may be a little up against it.
They'll have the inside post. Race 7, that feature race coming up on our Thursday card. Yeah, back on Thursdays. Excited about it as we get set for the spring meet coming up. Here's a look at what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. Bringing the entire card today. Track is fast. Start of the late pick 5 in the 4th. Sort of the early pick 5 in about 7 minutes. And that feature we were just talking about, that is race 7 on today's card. You can play it all by getting signed up, started, of course, right there at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anytime, anywhere. There's the offer. $200 in your account to match the $200 deposit when you punch in that code. Match 200 at sign up. Again, right there at nairabets.com. So the opener here, mile and an 1/8. An allowance optional claiming field where Chad Brown, reigning Eclipse Award winning trainer, has 2 major contenders, including the 8-5 favorite Bell's Beach.
Right, Bell's Beach ran very, very well last time. Was compromised by a wide trip on a day you wanted to be inside, and the winner tipple came up the inside. We've already seen On Command cutting back in distance, win impressively in a subsequent start. This is a pretty good horse. I prefer the other half, Rising Inflation, who I think needed that first race and appears to be the main speed in here. And Dylan Davis back in town, another sign of spring.
Yeah, how about that? Made the move to Florida after his riding prospects really took a huge turn for the better after a sensational Saratoga, but it had been happening over the last really few years and now he's got some Derby prospects. Here's Soundbite for Michelle Nevin with Christopher Elliott.
You're more optimistic about Soundbite than I am because she is a bit of a one-number horse, but she did run very well last time.
That was at a mile. Can she do it again at a mile and an eighth? Here's one of two for Chad Brown.
I think Dylan has one job, and that's to be aggressive coming out of the gate and try to wire the field with a horse who has a win at a mile and an eighth at Aqueduct.
The X-Factor horse of the field, never been on dirt before. Linda Rice taking over for Brad Cox with Gold Lightning.
Yeah, this horse was sold at auction, I guess at a digital auction, I'm assuming, since the last start, and has enough pedigree to say the dirt should not be a big problem.
The other Chad Brown, who's the favorite, this is Bells Beach.
Yeah, I mean, Bells Beach speaks for herself. She's just a very logical horse in here.
And Malou, who had been in pretty sharp form really until the last couple of starts for Linda Rice.
Yeah, I wonder if she's going to be as effective in the mile and an eighth races. She's gotten good trips, but she does have good form. I can't knock her.
Big price. Yeah, it's 6-1. She had 2 wins, 2 second streak, or 4 really good efforts, but against New York bred company, and then sort of tailed off the last couple of starts. 4 minutes away from kicking off this Thursday card and the beginning of this spring meet as we check in downstairs with Acacia Clement.
And Greg, we will start off with Chad Brown's duo, beginning with the favorite in Bells Beach, a horse that I'm with Andy, I thought did run well last time out, is stretching out to the mile and an eighth distance for the first time. And while she is by Curlin and the dam started her career going a bit longer, she ended up maybe being a bit more effective sprinting. A relatively quiet warm-up out there on the track, staying with the pony. She looks good overall. She's just a lighter frame type of build. I wish that she'd continue to grow and develop a bit more and strengthening overall. I'm fine with her as a racehorse, just at that sort of price and the stretch out. I actually really prefer her stablemate in the preliminaries, and the two, Rising Inflation, who already has a win going the mile and an eighth distance. That's the distance at which she broke her maiden back in June. She had an 8-month layoff that day. She broke out. It was kind of awkward at the start. She never looked comfortable. Dylan Davis took her right away from the pony and gave her a big warm-up, kind of leading me to believe what Andy was touching on, that he's going to be aggressive with her. He's kept her moving out on the track, that intention in the warm-up that you like to see, especially for a horse that ran so well when showing early speed. She's also a bit more convincing as far as getting the distance. I was not here, didn't see her last time out, but I would imagine that she's going to be physically stronger than she was last time out off that layoff. Now, the number one, Soundbite, who I know Greg has some interest in, she hit the front 2 starts back going the mile and an eighth, only to be run down by Dazzy that day. But I thought last time out in kind of a pressing position, ran very, very well, pulling away. That being said, she looks like she's just one of those kind of long striding, even running types. There's no real kind of acceleration in her stride, which often really will lend itself quite well to a 2-turn mile and an eighth type of distance, especially from the inside too. So we'll see what kind of trip she gets. She's been in good form recently. I think she meets some pretty nice horses in this spot, but I think her running style more than anything does suit her, carrying great weight coming in for Michelle Nevin. And finally, just a quick mention of the 3 Gold Lightning. Yes, she was purchased at a digital sale for $125,000. She certainly has some class. No problem with distance. She's always been a lightly framed type, which I think is in large part why she was running on turf and synthetic. I would really, off the layoff, love to see that top line come up, strengthen in her hind end, but again, that's kind of typical of her physicality. Sometimes types like that just have a much easier time on another surface versus the dirt in here. Maybe this is just a bit more of a starting point for her moving forward, Greg.
Yeah, we'll see. She's really one of the more interesting runners in this group here, making that dirt debut coming up. 8 prior starts, and Brad Cox never put her on this surface.
Yeah, I mean, and to be fair, as Acacia is clearly alluding to, it might just be getting a race in this horse with turf season starting in a few weeks to get her onto the turf, and that may be the case. But I think Linda looks at her and says she's got enough pedigree now in the dirt. And we had mentioned a little bit earlier off the air, this horse had been entered in a dirt race month to 6 weeks ago, somewhere in there, and was a scratched, but the scratch was not a physical thing. It was an ownership issue. It had been listed, entered with the prior owner, and for reasons beyond our control, she was forced to be scratched because, you know, you have to be concerned that somebody looked at the overnight 6 days before the race was run and saw that a different owner, and they weren't going to bet the horse because of that, so we couldn't just announce the ownership change the day of the race. So that's a rule that really helps everybody, really, owners, trainers, the bettors as well, because you got to protect them from maybe not betting a horse because they didn't know the ownership change. But that's what happened.
Thank you, Andy Serling. I agree with you. Now it's starting to separate a little, but I was going to, well, not really. The 1 and the 3, should they be that close together on the board?
No. I guess the argument is, and you like the 1, is people don't believe the 1 is going to reproduce the last race, which is fine. And they think, well, the 3 is a wild card, has run fast races consistently on different surface, particularly turf. If she can transfer that form, she can win. But you're right. The 1 is a horse that at least has run that race in the dirt. And she's going out for a very good trainer, Michelle Nevin. Not that Linda Rice, who trains the 3, isn't a great trainer as well. But maybe the 1 has just improved. She was second off the claim last time, and it's not like she was riding the gold rail the whole way. She was out in the middle of the racetrack, so she wasn't a huge beneficiary of some sort of bias last time. Can she run that figure again? If she does, she's a player here.
And she's interesting to watch early in the race, too, because will she be forward and press from that inside post? This first turn comes up almost immediately.
The rail horse always has an advantage, and that's something that's going to be important this weekend when we get to the Wood Memorial with Bob Baffert's runner Rodriguez getting the rail, right? Bob Baffert, not exactly the kind of guy that's shy about maybe sending a horse to go a little too fast early to get that advantage. And in my opinion, that's one of the things that has made him as successful as he's been.
Post time coming up, 7-5 favorite as we expected, Bells Beach. Manny Franco will ride. He's got a big mount coming up in the Wood this weekend. Captain Cook for Rick Dutrow Jr. The Babe is back on the Triple Crown Trail.
And Manny he ran second filling in for Junior Alvarado in the Florida Derby last weekend.
Sovereignty.
But he also won the Gulfstream Oaks with that nice runner for George Weaver, whose name is escaping me, who'd run second in the Honeybee 5G. And she's going to be one of the favorites in the Kentucky Oaks off of that effort. She's good.
Here is Malou last in line. We kick off this spring meet with the opener here on this Thursday card. Chris Griffin, the call.
They're off. Slight bobble for Gold Lightning at the start. The leader is Soundbite towards the inside, has plenty of company. 3 wide, here's Bells Beach, is now going to emerge with the front, and Bells Beach will take him into that first turn. Malou wants to press on for Kendra Carmouche, and now will assert and gets over to the rail. Malou is up by a length. Right to the outside immediately is Bells Beach to stalk from second, just having to steady briefly with Soundbite is at the rail in third. They're followed by Gold Lightning, who's made up some ground, is in fourth, and the trailer, Rising Inflation. They move to the backstretch here in the opener. Opening quarter mile was 24.33 for that opening quarter mile, and Malou at a big number is in front, is up by 3/4 of a length. Watching the action is Bells Beach. Manny Franco getting closer now, and at the rail is Soundbite. Christopher Elliott still holding third. To the outside of that rival is Gold Lightning, and still the trailer, Rising Inflation. Malou is trying to take him almost all the way, went 48 seconds flat for that half-mile time, and Malou is up by a length. Bells Beach, now encouraged to keep up, is starting to move forward, just thrusting forward here as they move into that turn. Right there in third is Soundbite, then comes Gold Lightning, and Rising Inflation is all in and not cutting in the margin of Malou right now, and Malou is trying to get away. It's Malou in front. Bells Beach is grinding away up on the outside, is not cutting into the margin yet. Here comes Gold Lightning. Green Cap is moving to the outside. Soundbite is called upon for the effort. Malou is still there. Malou with a quarter mile left to go went 1:12 flat for 3/4 of a mile, and Malou is trying to sprint away. Bells Beach is trying to catch this front runner who is coming back to the field just a touch, but Malou is just very game and keeps on going, extends the margin once again. It's Malou trying to put away Bells Beach, who's chased the entire time. Now inside the final 16th, Malou is almost there looking for the line. Bells Beach one more time. Malou wins the opener. Malou wins it over Bells Beach. Then came Gold Lightning in 1 minute, 50 seconds flat.
11-1 Malou to kick off this spring meeting with an upset victory, and Kendra Carmouche inching now 5 away from number 4,000 in his career.
And when Rising Inflation had no speed whatsoever and doesn't appear to be particularly competitive anymore, it changed the complexion of the race. Now, in retrospect, Manny Franco probably wants to ask himself why he was so comfortable allowing this horse to clear the lead the way he did. Because once she got to the front, she got comfortable up front and was not able to catch her. Bells Beach ran fine in second, but she was not able to overcome the advantage that Malou had when she was allowed to clear and control on the front end.
Malou, 5th win, 17 career starts, does it on the front end. And yeah, she was about a minute or two to post, around 7 or 8 to 1. And really,
listen, I didn't like her. I picked her 4th in a 5-horse field. I'm in no way in a position to red board her. But I think if you had thought she could get to the front like she did, she would have been a lot shorter price. And I think most people, myself included, thought the 2 was going to be forward in here. It wasn't Dylan's fault. She broke a step slow, but she had no speed at all.
keep your eyes on the 3 in here, making that dirt debut, a little stumble coming out of the gate.
Yeah, she was going to be 3rd regardless in here. But she actually handled the dirt okay. And, you know, if you feel as though this was a stepping stone to a surface she may prefer, then she could run well in a subsequent start on the turf if Linda decides to go there. But she actually ran pretty well in here, especially when you consider the way the race was run. I have no reason to believe that we have an inside track. We've had a fair track for the last month, the entire month of March, and we haven't really gotten much rain around here. So I'm guessing the track's pretty fair. I think you got a good horse controlling up front.
$16,000 claim for Linda Rice, who has now won 3 times with 2 runner-up finishes since that claim.
And made $200,000 since claiming the horse. There's a reason that they changed the rules in Kentucky because of Linda Rice. She's pretty good.
We'll talk Wood when we come back. Withers winner, Captain Cook. Is he prime time and ready for that first Saturday in May? We will find out more in 2 days' time. Stay with us.
Get into the game with Bond Racing Stable. When you partner with Bond Racing Stable, the Bond team does all the work and you enjoy the experience. As a partner, you can watch morning workouts, come to the paddock for saddling, and cheer your horse down the stretch. Bond Racing Stable offers more than 30 New York-bred weanlings, yearlings, and 2-year-olds in a partnership program that gets you to the winner's circle. Whether on your own or with friends and family, make Bond Racing Stable your racing partners. Go to jamesbondracing.com today.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races, and that is where you can play it all up there in the left-hand corner. You don't have to play it from there physically. You can just go to Naira Bets.
We're right there.
Great spot, though, to do it from. Yeah, you can say hi to us. Here's Malou, who got the lead all to herself. And now Kendra Carmouche, a little bit closer to number 4,000 for his career. Teams up with Linda Rice. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
That's right, Greg, 5 away from that milestone. And Kendrick, when you got out to the front end, I was watching the race and just a few strides in, I said, I don't think anybody's going to catch her. She got very comfortable out there.
Yeah, I think she ran in some fast races the last couple time, and I think this mile and the 8 really did do the trick for her, and she was very happy today that I noticed whenever I went on her and run second on her, so that was a plus in the post parade for me, She left there, and I just wanted to lead bad, and I thought if I make it there, I thought she could have keep going, and I thought they had a lot of one-pace horses behind me, so I figured, for them to get to me, they might get to me late, but they didn't. She ran a very good race, and Linda had her ready.
Yeah, she certainly did, and it looked on paper like maybe somebody was going to try to send. When you were out there by yourself, though, that had to feel pretty good.
Yeah, going into the first turn, I made it over to the inside rail, and I saw Manny take a hole and just sit and hoping that the race would come back to him. But my filly was going around there so easy, man. I just had to keep her motivated from there.
On the wall over there, we have past Wood Memorial winners, and we see the Calumet Silks of Bourbonic. You're going to be wearing those on Saturday for Passion Rules as well. Got a little bit of the good mojo coming back around this weekend?
Yeah, I would say so, occasionally. If you're really thinking that way and you feel that way, good things come to you. Saturday we're gonna have a little rain in the forecast. I think Brad Cox shipping this horse here for a reason, and I think he got me for a reason. So I hope that we get a little luck on our side and we'll be able to be successful and go to the Derby.
Go pick up another one. Well done today, though.
Thank you, Louisiana, baby.
Greg.
Louisiana in the house right off the bat to kick off this spring meet. And yeah, what a big moment with Bourbonic, who came from Belmont Park or beyond behind the field to get that win.
Was actually at Home Depot, I think, when the field was turning for home and got it done. And a huge
70 to 1 maybe?
Sounds about right.
25-20 here. Malou, owned and trained by Linda Rice. Yeah, claimed for $16,000 back in last summer at Saratoga. 3 wins now, 2 runner-up finishes, and as you said, well over $200,000 since that claim in earnings.
Amazing. And listen, Linda, you're going to have some bad claims, but man, Linda has had some great claims lately, and even going back towards like Palace, that she claimed for I think $25,000 and won multiple grade 1s.
Race 2, it starts the early pick 4, 1-turn mile. Fillies and mares 4 and up who have never won 3 or who have not won a race since April 3rd of last year.
How about the 2-1 on my pick, Dolce Sarah, right now?
It's the power of Andy Serling.
I would book her at 2-1 if given the opportunity. Looking at doubles,
8-1 morning line.
She is the 4th choice. Looking at doubles, favoritism will probably be with the 2 or 6.
We're going to play a game that you've been. I don't think you've been stumped yet, and you've actually been the best at it.
I think once. I think I did get stumped.
You did get
once.
stumped?
Yeah, I feel like it.
Not with me.
I love this though.
Name that Derby starter. So let's go with Andy Serling here and see how many clues it takes. I'm not saying anything. I don't know. 11-time winner from 41 career starts.
Gotta be.
3.9 million earnings. Won the Gotham and the Wood.
Wasn't private terms, was it?
No. Before 12th in the Derby. Didn't win again till next year's Gulfstream Park Handicap. Added another grade 1 after that.
I think I'm stumped here. I don't want to. This is annoying. This is going to annoy me, actually. Do you know who it is, Greg?
Well, yeah, but I wouldn't have known from the clues.
Didn't win again until the Gulfstream Park Handicap. It can't
Mike
be
Smith wrote him.
It can't be that long ago, because I'm feeling like it's a Bill Mott horse.
No, it was a what? I mean,
no.
I didn't know you yet.
Okay. But it can't, I mean, it's almost $4 million in earnings, so it has to be it can't be that long ago is all I'm saying. You know what I mean? Devil is due. I'm embarrassed to not gotten that. I'm embarrassed. That's quite a picture we got there. Yep. Yeah, I'm embarrassed by this. I admit. He was a very cool horse, trained by the chief, Alan Jerkins.
Alan Jerkins won it.
I was here for this Wood.
10-1 on the Gotham. Backed it up with a victory in the Wood. And then, unfortunately, Derby Day did not go his way when Lily T won.
I am embarrassed. I missed this, and I know Devil is due well. And he was a really, really cool horse who had a very long and prosperous career. And in fact, in one of his last career starts, I believe, he was second to Cigar.
Very
when
good
Cigar
call.
won the
That was his last
Naira Mile. Was, yeah. I needed Punchline for second, who was 75-1 and finished third, by the way, in case you're wondering. I love Cigar that day. Loved. right?
In
Wasn't
which
Punchline
race?
third in the Naira Mile? Wasn't Punchline third in there? Yeah, Punchline was third. No, it wasn't his last race. He ran for that.
Oh, I thought you were talking about this race against Cigar.
No, I'm saying when Cigar won the Naira Mile, that
Got
was his
it.
first big win. Naira Mile, of course, renamed the Cigar Mile. I missed it. You built it up as though I was going to get it, and I failed
Don't try
badly.
and add in more information you know about Devil Is Due to make up for the fact
failed.
you didn't get it yet.
I failed. I'm embarrassed, and I should be made to leave.
Do we have a buzzer sound? Or a gong?
Yeah, we should have a gong. We should have a gong on the set. What do you think?
I think that would be a good investment.
Who do you think would want to hit it more, Johnny or Kyle?
Well, that's in the budget for next year. This year's edition of the Wood Memorial.
When you make a really bad pick, when your horse runs last, when my pick runs last, we hit the gong.
I would love that.
That would
AVR
be great.
race of the week, 12 will line up, and Bob Baffert showing up with Rodriguez. Let's start with Captain Cook, though, and Rick Dutrow Jr. back on the Derby trail with a talented runner who passed quite a few tests in that Withers win.
Yeah, I mean, this is a horse that's come to hand very quickly. Yeah, he was sold in the dispersal when they dispersed the Mary Lou Whitney stable horses after John Hendrickson died way too early last summer. And I know that Norm Cassie was heartbroken to lose him. Not just because, obviously, the link to John Hendrickson, who he had grown very close to, but also because he knew he was talented. And he had a huge win, a maiden race in the slop in a subsequent start. And then he came back, and he was very good in the Withers. A lot of big gaps in this race, a fast race, a third-time starter, going 9 furlongs in February, getting a 94 buyer. This horse is good. And the Derby, there's no more important prep this weekend than the San Diego Derby. Not because of the race itself as much as if Journalist runs back to his last race, then he's going to be a significant favorite in the Derby. But he's going to have to do it again. And if he isn't, from what we've seen, and if we can run a big race on Saturday, I mean, why can't he step forward and run a 100 buyer, which would put him as fast as anybody but what we saw in Journalist and Barnes last time out? And I'm not, we're going to root for the home team, but this horse is good, and he's got a pretty good trainer, too, in Rick Dutrow.
Yeah, apparently just mentally, too, is become a different horse. So he may be prime, and with time, with Dutrow loves that he got that time to kind of grow up and mature a little bit. Maybe we will see a big move forward from him. He's moved forward every single start of his career. Meanwhile, Bob Baffert, couple of these big-name horses, certainly one of them had to sort of be rushed into the Derby trail. Didn't work out. We'll see if Rodriguez can punch his ticket.
What's happened with Rodriguez, now listen, there's a chance that Rodriguez isn't that good. But you are talking about a horse that ran a very big figure in breaking his maiden. But because they're forward with Barnes, they're forward with Citizen Bull, they've rated him in his last 2 starts because they were the bigger guns and they're horses that want to really be free running. He doesn't want to rate to win. Now, he comes into this wood with other real speeds in here. Grande, the number 5, whose name escapes me right now. I don't have the PPs right in front of me. Regardless, these are forward horses. But with the rail draw, and we talk a lot about having the rail at 1 1/8 miles, and knowing Bob Baffert and him having no problem taking no prisoners, think of the Madacat Road ride at Oaklawn. I don't think anybody expected him to be in the lead. He went 45 and change to the half. I have to think he's going to come out firing. And if you're going to see a big performance by him, it's going to be on the front end. Congaree won it. Of course, he beat Monarcos, who kind of used the race as a prep to come back and win the Derby and subsequent start. But Congaree ran one of the most incredible losing efforts of all time in that race. I mean, they were flying up front. That's why Monarcos ran as well as he did, and he got beaten by a nose. And I can tell you who beat him a nose for second. Invisible Ink for Todd Pletcher and Peachtree
Was he
Stable.
45 to 1, I believe?
Crazy
Inky,
price.
they called him.
Sand Devil, of course, thank you, is the horse that I was forgetting, and he's going to be forward. Yes, I believe that was the Derby that my friend Rocco Landisman won $1.3 million on, and a lot of it was the triple, which I think paid $1,300 or something, or $13,000 or something, and he had it for like a lot of money.
Well, we heard Acacia talk with the pilot of this horse. He'll be back aboard over the weekend in the Wood Memorial. Let's go back to her for more.
Yeah, Kendrick Carmouche going to be teaming up with Calumet Farm once again with Passion Rules. Now this one undefeated. He is 3 for 3, and he's a little bit of an interesting story when you look at the past performances. This is a Maryland bred by Frisian Fire who sold at the Timonium October sale for $40,000. He has raced at Fairgrounds and Oaklawn, and now making his way to New York for Brad Cox. Just a really kind of interesting story. Now, all three of his races have been a distance of ground, mile and a 16th, mile 70 yards. So he has plenty of foundation coming in for this mile and an 8th try. However, he has had a bad habit of not getting out of the gate well. Does have a good closing kick on him, but it will be interesting to see. And I thought Kendrick kind of alluded to it. Brad Cox has me for a reason. He's a guy that really does a good job of getting horses out of the gate and into the race. And I imagine that's something that is going to be a key with Passion Rules coming in here. Certainly with the connections, he's going to be a big price in here. Maybe the poetic story will all come together as he will look for win number 4,000, just 5 away as of today for Kendrick Carmouche, and do what he did with Bourbonic at odds of 70-1 just a couple years ago, Greg.
We'll see. Undefeated, but would need to take a big step forward. It is Brad Cox.
Yeah, it's also Brad Kelly at Calumet Farm, and they have no fear in running horses in tough spots. Now, obviously, it worked out with Bourbonic, and that pays for a lot of losers, but he as a horse is going to have to get a lot better to be competitive here.
We will have all the action for you, not just the Wood, the whole day, tremendous, filled with stakes action. And the highlight right there, final stop on the road to the Kentucky Derby here in New York, 100th running of the Wood Memorial, CLFS2.
The first Wood Memorial that I saw live, and you can come to Aqueduct and you can check out those photos as well as winners, was 49 years ago, 1976, when Bold Forbes got it done. Here on my grandmother.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Todd Pletcher, chance at another one, eyeing a Wood Memorial record. He comes in with an undefeated, lightly raced son of the two-time Horse of the Year, Curlin. We'll be back.
And they're off in the Naira Benz Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
As the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The two Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind Frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Jockey's Warrior quickly in front here by 2 lengths. Here comes Jockey's Warrior up the inside to take over the lead from Life is Good. Jockey's Warrior remains undefeated here at Saratoga, and he wins an unprecedented Grade 1 stakes at the Spa for the 3rd straight season.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
General admission tickets are on sale now for the Belmont Stakes on June 7th at Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss your chance to witness the historical 3rd leg of the Triple Crown. Get your tickets today by visiting belmontstakes.com/tickets.
It is Outwork and Matt King Cole, and the two of them turn for home together. Shagaf is trying to come and get them. Tale of Saval is running a big one, and Adventus is closing through an opening on the inside into the final furlong. It is Outwork in front. Adventus trying to go for an upset up the rail. It is Outwork and Adventus. 1-2. They will decide the Wood Memorial. Outwork and Adventus. Here's the wire. Outwork and Adventus. Bob heads.
Very close one in the 2016 edition on that muddy seal track of the Wood that went to Outwork, and trainer Todd Pletcher with John Velasquez getting by Trojan Nation for the win.
Didn't make up for the loss for his sire, Uncle Mo, in the Wood Memorial, but it was a big win for him. The son of Uncle Mo, of course. Uncle Mo was such a good horse. If he'd ever been completely sound, what a career he could have had.
How about this? 7 Wood wins for Todd Pletcher, 1 away from equaling the all-time record.
And one of those horses was so much better than the other horses, and that's Escandarea, who I'm not sure he wasn't as talented as any horse that Todd Pletcher ever trained, and he trained some good ones. And unfortunately, he had a lot of issues, and he never ran against After the Wood. He would have been very tough in the Triple Crown races.
Well, here's his chance at number 8, the undefeated but lightly raced Grande. Dylan Davis will be aboard. He comes in 2 for 2. Those wins at Gulfstream.
I'm not thrilled with how Jimmy's Dailies ran, I believe, in the Florida Derby. I mean, he's running fast enough that if he improves a bit, he could be competitive, and maybe you like the fact that he's drawn outside the other speeds in the race, but they figure to be moving a bit in this race, and it's going to be hard for him to get it done. He's obviously not untalented. I think he's gotten 87 buyers in both of his starts. He's a lightly raced horse, but most of them are lightly raced.
83, 87.
83, 87. He's going to have to get a little faster. Maybe he will. The pace dynamic might be tough for him, though.
See what he can bring to the party on Saturday. A lot of questions to be answered on it is, without question. I mean, this is the big last hurrah with these 3 huge preps. Well,
one of
one's
them
going to be rescheduled.
Right. Obviously. I mean, the for those unaware of it, because of the massive weather issue in the Midwest, Keeneland has moved their Friday and Saturday cards to Monday and Tuesday. They're hoping to be able to run the Sunday card on Sunday.
Here is Chasing Daylight with Romero Mirage.
Currently, the favor is part of an entry. She is dropping substantially here, but she's not a winning type.
She is quick early, though. Magic 8 Ball has really just that one standout performance on a bias racetrack.
Yeah, she's a great example of how a bias can make a mediocre horse look much better than that.
She's a Bernardini, came back for her 4-year-old debut, and she ran very well.
Greg Wolf didn't have her at 48-1, but he's all in at 4-1 today.
Give me all of it, please. Oh, boy. The rail to Baroness Bourbon.
I think she's very interesting, switching trainers to Michelle Giangulio. She's been running way over her head, and last time in this area, she won, actually. Price.
Gold Chase Sarah, Javier Castellano.
I want a little more than 7-2 on her for a trainer who's been quietly a little bit hot in Eddie DeLauro. She's not a winning type, though, at 2 for 42, but I picked her.
Karen's on her. Manny Franco. Jose Jimenez ran a big effort, but on a sloppy sealed track last start.
I'm surprised that she was taking as much money as she is. I mean, she's obviously not out of it. Anyone is here. But overall, I don't know if she's quite as good. I don't love the field she comes out of in the slop.
Well, the entry of the 2 and 2B favored at 8-5. Acacia in the speedy half, the more speedy half likely of that entry, Chasing Daylight. We'll have Romero Mirage aboard.
She will, and yeah, she is the one that's going to be very quick early, as she always is. My thing with Chasing Daylight is just no matter what the conditions of the race are, sometimes she looks like she's an absolute gift in there, and she's not able to seal the deal. So, yes, it's a big drop in class in here. Maybe she has just been facing such better company. I always find her a little bit tough to trust, and I do think there could be a little bit of other pace in here as well. But with the drop in class, with the slight stretch out back to the mile distance as well. She wears that extension blinker as she has for quite some time with her outside right eye covered. Romero Mirage is certainly one that's very familiar with her as well. I'm sure she'll go to the front and see how far she can take them. Now looking at a couple of others, I know Andy has interest in the 5 Dolce Sarah, who's also taking a drop in class, and I think this is back down to the level at which she belongs. She was early last time out, and Romero was aboard her that day, and he had a strong hold on her early on in the race and actually ran on a little bit. She's one I've got a soft spot for. She's actually warming up well out there, certainly by her standards and the way that she's warming up, and for this level, I think she makes a lot of sense in this spot. The number 6, Karen's Honor, she kept catching my eye. I don't love to hear the comments that Andy had about the field that she does come out of. Was a wet track. I thought she ran okay 2 starts back. Last time she was in that kind of chasing spot, whereas last 2 starts she was able to close. So I like a little bit of the versatility that she's shown, but she looks tremendous. She's great in her coat, great in her weight for one that spent the winter up here in New York. Just one that was really eye-catching in the paddock throughout. And finally, the 4, Baroness Bourbon, another one with a big drop in class. Last time she was at this level, I know with non-winners of 2, but she had a win that day. She was just facing so much tougher in her last few spots. I wasn't initially going to talk about her, but then looked up and saw she was a tremendous price. I think she makes sense in here, and she had an aggressive warm-up from Luis Rivera Jr. as he will break from the rail and need to get out and into a good position, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. We're going to load up here shortly. The 5 looked tremendous warming up.
And, you know, you don't see a lot of races with 3 entries in this race. Now, obviously, 1/2 of 2 of the entries scratched. But it looks very promising that we'll be moving away from having entries in the relatively near future as we got, you know, approval going forward to likely make that change going forward. And it is good news. It's in 2025 with you know, betting become so prolific with sports betting, people should be allowed to bet on the horse that they like. Now listen, we've all won a bet somewhere or another where the wrong half of the entry won, but I still think horse players would prefer to be able to bet on the horse they like and get the odds based on their horse, not their horse and the other horse.
What do you think about the odds on the remaining 2 and 2B in here at 6-5?
Well, to me, this is a little like the Monty Hall question, that we absolutely know that the 2B, in our opinion, has like no chance.
Yeah.
So is that the right price of the 2? And maybe it is. She is dropping precipitously. She has a plethora of numbers that are faster than these horses' speed figures, but her last 2 races are not good. Now, they were against significantly better horses. Chavis Melania would pay 210 in this race. But you have to be a little worried about her form, and you also have to worry because, for me, she's been some short price and you look down. I know they were better fields, but those were races that, based on her current form at the time, she's sort of supposed to win those races, and she couldn't even get it done. I just don't have a lot of confidence she's winning tight.
Can Poseidon's Mist keep company with her early?
Yes. So can her entry make. I'm not confident that she's going to be able to control on the front end.
See what happens here. 2 and 2B, 6-5 favorites, and yeah, it is Chasing Daylight, the straight 2, that is taking the majority of that money. Early pick 4 on our Thursday coverage, first day of the spring meet. We're ready to roll. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Karen's Honor still back there with Magic 8 Ball. Goes in. Karen's Honor. She's a Bernardini. Poseidon's Mist to the outside. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Very awkward beginning there at the rail was Baroness Bourbon, who's now shoved along, is trying to keep up, but was very awkward at the beginning. Chasing Daylight is now in front. It's Chasing Daylight right there with Magic 8 Ball. They're a clear 1-2, and these 2 within a neck of one another as they get set to come out of the chute. Poseidon's Mist is going to watch the action from third, is all alone, now 2.5, almost 3 off the leaders. She's a Bernardini is following her, is out in the center of the racetrack as they're all well off the rail. It's Chasing Daylight. Romero Mirage looking over his left shoulder, might be getting out. Chasing Daylight is still in the middle of the racetrack here as they work up the backstretch. Magic 8 Ball engaged from second. Poseidon's Mist has worked over to the rail, is now in third. She's a Bernardini, also moves closer to the field in fourth. Then comes the lime green cap. That was Karen's Honor, just got passed by Dolce Setta to the outside, and Baroness Bourbon. As they approach a half mile left to go, 22-4. Was that opening quarter mile, 46.32 for a half mile time, and on the front end, it's Chasing Daylight. Chasing Daylight still up by a half length. Magic 8 Ball continues to chase here from second. She's a Bernardini, is in gear 3 wide. Poseidon's Mist still patiently ridden here at the rail. No move yet, is in fourth. Then comes Dolce Setta in the pink silks, and Castellano is going to tip out wide. under a drive there at the back. Baroness Bourbon. They reach the top of the stretch, and Chasing Daylight is now sprinting away. Chasing Daylight quickly takes about 3.5 out of the field, and here's Chasing Daylight trying to open up. Poseidon's Mist is now fully in pursuit, is in the clear, but Chasing Daylight's got a comfortable margin so far. Dolce Setta's got some late momentum too as they approach a final 16th. It is still Chasing Daylight holding them off. Chasing Daylight almost there. Chasing Daylight with a front-running victory. Chasing Daylight, Dolce Setta, then Poseidon's Mist. Magic 8 Ball came back for fourth in a late rally from Karen's Honor in 1 minute 36 and 4.
Chasing Daylight for a moment got a little bit of pressure from the stablemate, and then Christopher Elliott backed off, and this one able to go gate to wire.
She was much the best. I know my 5 got second, but that was a fast pace going 22.98, this quality of horse, and she's able to get it done. A big drop down, and she justified it, her odds, by winning this race comfortably. Not a bad performance by a horse that doesn't really like to win, second place finisher, but she was second best. This horse was much the best.
2-5-1A 2B. Chasing Daylight, Rudy Rodriguez. Romero Mirage, 5th career victory. And the first win in a long time. Had been 0 for 3 in the money this year, 0 for 12 last year. And we'll get that picture taken again today now as a 6-year-old mare.
There were a lot of no-shows in this race. And it's interesting, Magic 8 Ball even held on to finish 4th despite that fast pace. And watching these first couple of races, I'm starting to wonder if maybe being forward's a bit of an advantage, but I don't want to make too many conclusions based on this quality of field and the first race as well. 5-horse field.
So Chasing Daylight, much more formful here in race 2 after an 11-1 upset to kick off this Thursday card. Even money to start off the pick 4. And as mentioned, the first win in a long time for this 6-year-old mare here. Again, Rudy Rodriguez owns part of this mare as well, with Cuz Romero on board.
I'm guessing they probably don't own her anymore. I wouldn't be surprised if she was claimed for $16,000 in this race, though I don't know for sure.
1:36 and 4, final time.
Track's pretty quick.
For the mile.
Those are pretty quick times on it for right now. This track's pretty quick. A little bit of moisture might have heated it up. I hope we're dealing with a fair track going the weekend, especially coming off of 4 straight weeks of fair tracks, which started on Gotham Day.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll have these prices for you when we come back. We'll get into the pick 6 next, and we will talk what could be a very big weekend for your reigning Eclipse Award-winning trainer, Chad Brown. He's got chances in both the Oaks and Kentucky Derby preps from New York on Saturday. We'll preview both when we come back.
Introducing a stallion as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Back on our Thursday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling, Acacia Clement. And your winner in race 2, chasing daylight even money, Rudy Rodriguez Romero Mirage.
Yep, was able to survive what was a pretty contested pace here to get it done in here. On the drop down, she was better, and I was wrong. Nobody claimed her.
Yeah, we'll get to go back to Rudy's barn after this first win in some time. 5 for 25 lifetime now. And when, I guess, Poseidon's Miss wasn't anywhere near close to this one early, that was sort of game over.
Yeah, probably helped to finish third as it turned out. But they were moving up front. I can understand it. This horse did all the dirty work. I have no complaints. My 5 finished second, but she was second best.
So $4.30 for the victory.
Smarter man than me would have had the exacta. Smarter people than me.
5.
Men and women had this exacta.
251A trifecta for 50 cents, $24 with the even money favorite on top. All right, race 3 starts the pick 6. 7 furlongs, $25,000 claiming tag. Horses who have not won 2 lifetime. Fillies, mares 3 and up. And she's cool. Wow, this will change. Catchphrase is going to be a heavy favorite, the 5.
Though it's interesting, the double's paying $5.70 for $1, suggesting that the number 5 in here is not going to be an odds-on favorite like her morning line. I think like you and I expect her to be as well. She may be in the 7, 8 to 5 range. She is a little bit tough to trust. I'm not going to argue that. She's a horse, and you talked about this earlier, who's burned some money at short prices, but she is the likely controlling speed in this race. Trainer Amelia Green, who just went on her own very recently, trained for Todd Pletcher for a long time. She's been doing sensationally well. Now she's done okay with this horse, but she is a bit of a money burner. I think she's going to be tough to beat because I didn't really like anybody else, but I can understand the fact that some people have some trepidation.
All right, we'll get back to that one in a moment. Again, kicks off the pick 6. Let's talk what could be a very big weekend for trainer Chad Brown. As we said, going to break, he will send out Hill Road in the Wood Memorial, who was 3rd in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile and sort of been flying under the radar for the barn.
Well, you know, because he's got Chancellor McPatrick, so he's not going to get much attention. And also not a horse he trained as a 2-year-old. Came in from Europe to be 3rd in the Breeders' Cup. He doesn't have much speed. He's going to need a fair track and a quick pace. He's supposed to get a quick pace. I'd like to think he'll get a fair track as well, as we have had one for the last month or so, today being a little bit up in the air. He had no chance last time. His own Almighty was allowed to walk around the track due to some questionable, in my opinion, rides on another horse in the race. And Chad told me he didn't have anywhere near cranked up for that first start and feels he'll run a lot better today in this race. We'll see if he's good enough. It's not an easy field.
Break from post 6 in what will be, second start of his 3-year-old campaign. And you'll go back to his Breeders' Cup Juvenile. How'd you feel about that performance?
Well, I mean, he was able to close for 3rd in what was a paceless race where the speeds ran 1-2 around the track. He had a very good trip in doing so and was beaten a reasonable amount, but he's shown enough ability on dirt, and he has been in 2 races that were slow-paced races that were one wire to wire. Now he's in a race that's supposed to have an honest pace, and he finally may materialize in this race, and assuming the track's fair, he'll finally have his best chance to show what he can do, and it's sort of put up or shut up time for him, like it is for a lot of horses this weekend.
Yeah. Well, his big 3-year-old, that, of course, the 2-time Grade 1 winner as a 2-year-old, Chancellor McPatrick. We're going to see him in the Bluegrass at Keeneland.
It's like
not
the old
on
days.
Saturday, rescheduled because of the weather.
Well, it's like the old days. I mean, the Bluegrass was historically run 9 days before the Derby and Thursday until I want to say the late 80s, early 90s. Everyone, Ali Dar won it. I think when Ali Sheba was in it, he was on a Thursday. Chad Brown told me that Chancellor McPatrick's really been working well. He's optimistic he'll do well. Another horse, though, is going to be pace dependent, and he's going to have to show that he can be as effective around 2 turns.
You've had some time to digest that comeback race from him now. Do you look at it a little differently and see it in a more positive light now, or no?
I mean, he was always compromised because of the sort of preposterous manner in which the Tampa Bay Derby was run. I was a little disappointed in him, but I like the fact that with blinkers, he was a little bit closer. When I talked to Chad Brown about it, he was very happy with his effort. He said he was not ready, as cranked up as he's going to need to be as time progresses. And he thought, considering the way the race was run, he ran very well, and he's very optimistic he'll run well. Listen, River Thames has the rail. He's got the big figures, but they're supposed to go. You know East Avenue's going to go. Now, who knows where East Avenue is? He's, at this point in his career, got one big race and a couple of stinkers. We'll see what happens. The horse inside of him as well, how much speed that Owen Almighty. You know, he got away with this preposterous pace last time. You would think the way it's going to go with River Thames on the inside and on the outside of him, East Avenue, that he's not going to be able to control up front. So we'll see how the pace goes out. If they're moving up front, Chancer's supposed to have his chance for a race. I don't think he's a one-turn horse. I think he rates to have a better chance because of his running style at one turn because the paces are faster. Whereas two-turn races, the paces are often slow, as was evidenced in the Tampa Bay Derby. If this pace is faster and the track is playing fairly at Keeneland, we'll see what he can do. Another horse, it's put up or shut up time for him.
Meanwhile, Grade 3 Gazelle, and he will have the even money favored morning line with Ballerina Doro, who's only making her third career dirt start coming up. Does it concern you at all that she came back off that big dirt debut and went backwards a little bit figure-wise?
No, for a couple reasons. Now, this is a horse that Chad Brown has been high on for months that she's been training well for him in Florida. Because she ran extremely well in here. And maybe the winner of this race didn't run well at Oaklawn, and she's coming back in the Ashland. But she was very good in this Demoiselle and able to control up front. Now, she got a good ride from Dillon, but you see her coming through in the rail inside. But she was a bit wide earlier in the race, coming from an outside post. I thought this was an excellent effort by her. And then she was supposed to run at Fairgrounds in Rachel, I think, Silver Bullet Day or Rachel or something, and she got sick and had to miss the race. So then she comes back in a 1-mile race at Gulfstream where the paces are always slow, and she just never had a chance to strut her stuff. Now, I don't know how fast this pace is going to be in this race. I don't really like Vanilla Sunday, who's coming into this race off of a bias-aided effort to get the victory that makes, in my opinion, her look better than she is. She's got a, I keep saying it, but it's put up, shut up time for all these horses, right? Is she going to show that she can run a figure that's good enough to be competitive with the 90-ish buyers, horses that are the league contenders the Kentucky Oaks are running? It's not a massive mountain to climb. It's not like trying to get faster than Journalist might be, but she's going to have to show that she can do it in here. But she's a horse that could really be a Kentucky Oaks performer, and we've seen a lot of horses come out of the Gazelle and do very well in the Kentucky Oaks, including Princess Somar, who won it. Search results a few years ago, finished second.
Last year, the second.
Where's My Ring? Well, she didn't run well in Kentucky Oaks, but she ran a big race at Oaklawn the other day, and she's going to be running against
could be a
big
major
horse
threat
next week. Yeah, if she runs
Torpedo Anna.
She runs the race that she ran last time. She's a huge threat to Torpedo Anna.
And we're looking forward to that. That's April 12th, that Grade 1 Apple Blossom with the reigning horse of the year against a former Gazelle winner. Wood Memorial Day Stakes schedule. Distaff, Gazelle, Carter. Can't wait to see Crazy Mason in action on a hot streak right now. Closing into some, against some biased racetracks coming from way off the pace to win. He's been exciting.
Yes,
Excelsior with Mazmac we talked about has won 4 of 5. And, of course, the Wood Memorial.
But let's be honest. There's something else you're very excited about on Saturday.
A big opportunity for a young man in both the Gazelle and the Wood Memorial, teaming up with Shug McGahee. Samuel Marin, new name on this circuit. We see him down in Florida at Tampa Bay quite a bit. Can he step up and punch his ticket to the Oaks and or Derby on Pure Beauty and Statesman? Stay with us.
Nothing stood in his way. War of Will won the Preakness.
At the line, War of Will. That's a photo for the win.
Will then and Vince Chemino take the Jimmy Durante.
War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
The champion 2-year-old. One of 4 champion 2-year-olds in his immediate family. A Essential quality at 2. Undefeated.
Essential quality, though, has opened up by 5.
Devastating. His own first 2-year-olds race in 2025. If they're anything like him and you've got a mare in full, just imagine.
Coronado's Quest confronted by Dice Dancer. Coronado's Quest still fending him off. Dice Dancer on the outside is running second by the back. Basic Trainee and Parade Ground. Coronado's Quest kicking in. He's got another gear. It is Coronado's Quest who turns back the challenge of Dice Dancer and pulls away by 3 by the back. Basic Trainee and Parade Ground. And they're coming under the line. Coronado's Quest has won the Wood by 2.5 lengths.
Robbie Davis on Coronado's Quest to the Wood Memorial back in 1998.
He was a really, really good horse, but he was also a problematic horse. And, you know, it takes a trainer of Shug McGaughey's talents to get the best out of him because he was a horse that been known to be a bit of a bad actor. And because of that, Shug didn't want to run him in the Derby. He was afraid that he would come apart in front of the big crowd in Kentucky. He didn't run again until the Riva Ridge. He did win an amazing 3-horse photo in the Travers, where he held off the very talented Victory Gallop, and Raffy's Majesty for Jimmy Bond was in that photo as well. He was a tremendous horse, and I think a lot of people will remember he was part of a 3-horse entry with the winner Awesome Again and Touch Gold in the Breeders' Cup Classic to close his career out.
Oh, how about that?
Well, he ran the Cigar Mile after that, didn't he?
He ran in it, yeah. Ran 4th.
As big favorite, I think.
Odds on, it was the final start of his career. Shug McGaughey going to have a couple of chances coming up in both the Gazelle and the Wood. And a name that some of you may not know will be aboard. Let's go to Acacia for more.
That's right, a huge opportunity this weekend, Greg, for jockey Samuel Morin, who will be aboard Statesman for Shug McGaughey in the Wood Memorial, and Pure Beauty in the Gazelle, also for Shug, as he rode Statesman down at Tampa in his last 2 starts, both going the 2-turn distance. And reading some quotes from Samuel Morin coming into this race, he said, I really think that the longer that he goes, the better he'll get, as he does have that big closing kick. Now, he's going to be a long shot, but for a young rider like this, age of 23, looking for his first U.S. graded stakes win, a native of Venezuela who started just riding in the United States in 2022, riding in the biggest day in New York, place that I'm sure in a short distance of time will want to shift his tack to, and riding for a Hall of Fame trainer the caliber of Shug McGaughey, especially in the Gazelle, where I actually think he's quite live. A big opportunity for a young rider who's currently the leading rider at Tampa, and like I said, a horse in Statesman that he's well familiar with too. But keep an eye on him, Greg. He's a talented rider, especially I think rides the turf very well, as he's done down at Tampa and riding for some big outfits there. I'm sure this will be a good opportunity for him to get a little bit of the spotlight and maybe make a bit of an impression.
I encouraged Chad Brown to ride him down at Tampa, and I don't think he won a race for him on the turf, but we'll see. That's a couple of tough beats. A few tough beats.
It's a tall task, really, in both races, but it seems like in the Gazelle seems
that horse is live. Yeah. That horse is good. She improved, and the horse that beat her down, and beat her fairly easily, but beat her, came back and ran a big race down at Gulfstream, the Gulfstream Park Oaks. I think improved her figure 1 point. So she's not impossible in there. She's absolutely a player.
Gazelle, Wood, part of a tremendous Saturday card. We hope you join us over the weekend for that last stop here in New York on the road to that first Saturday in May. Right now it's pick 6 time. Begins here in the 3rd. 7 furlongs. Claiming race, $25,000 tag, all for sale for that price. Non-winners at 2 lifetime. And can that man get even a little closer after getting a win earlier on the card to 4,000? 5 away, Kendra Carmouche, from that massive number on the mare to catch. I mean, she is the speed of the speed in this race coming up.
Yeah, she is the speed. And listen, her good races are faster than these. But she is a horse that lost her debut at 4-5. She lost her second start at 1-2. She did win her third start at 1-2. She's a little bit suspect. I'm not trying to beat her, but I can understand why some may have some trepidation.
Here's our post parade. We start with the only one who maybe can pressure the 5 on the front end. That dares right.
Yeah, I don't think she can go with the 5. She'll probably be sitting second.
Next door, Moonlit Weekend. Rudy Rodriguez, blinkers come off.
Yeah, I mean, listen, all of these horses are contenders if the favorite doesn't show up. All of them are slower than the favorite if the favorite runs her race.
She's cool. Have a
She's
couple
close.
of races that are in the ballpark.
She just went down to the 6-5 favorite in this race.
That's surprising.
Which is weird.
Manny Franco for Wayne Potts with She's Cool, who was 5-2 morning line. Gregorian Solo. It would take a massive turnaround, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would. Yes, she's a little tough to make. I don't know what the argument for her or Toxic Gal is.
Well, we know the game plan with this mare. Get to the front and just run away with them.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. Kendrick's got to go, and he potentially, and she will be favored by post time, could be his 3,996th win.
Yes.
I feel like we jinx these guys when we talk about these things.
Christopher Elliott on Toxic Girl outside.
Yeah, she's just too slow to be competitive here.
All right, so let's go back to Catchphrase, who, look, she's coming off a dismal effort, but she's taking a big drop, and she is, you would think, going to be alone on the lead.
If she breaks and she's not alone in the lead, somebody either went on a mission in this race or a bad choice was made by her. And if she runs her good races, and I don't want to get, she was bad last time, really bad. On the other hand, that was a better field and a faster pace. She's running for $25,000 for a reason. They've kind of given up. And don't forget, she didn't debut until late in her 4-year-old season. She's obviously had some issues. I have no problem with people to try to bet against her if she's 3-5. But I'll tell you something, if she's in the 7-5 range here, I think she's an overweight, personally.
There she is, 8-5. What are you seeing from her warming up, Acacia?
Yeah, Catchphrase taking a big drop in class here. She's been warming up beautifully, kind of that typical Kendra Carmouche warm-up, taking her right away from the pony, kept her moving. She looks great. I actually have not seen her in the flesh since her debut with the previous barn, Will Walden's barn, and she has just grown and filled out so much and done really well with Amelia Green coming in here. Yes, she broke her maiden in a maiden special weight field, 2 starts back against New York Bred Company, and then tried much better last time out. She was up close when Ariana Rye wired the field, so I don't think her pace that day was an excuse. It's a big drop in class in here. Maybe it's just the right place for her, but physically, she's such a standout versus what she faces in here today. She looks like the horse that has been running against tougher. Now, the number one, Dat Dares Right, as you guys were mentioning, the one who could potentially make things interesting as far as pace is concerned, dropping back down to this $25,000 level, at which she's run fine in the past before. She broke sharply last time out and then kind of got stuck out in no man's land and had to drop back, but she was the quickest out of the gate. They had to saddle her on the walk. She was very sharp in the post parade, having a big solo warm-up from Katie Davis on the track. She's giving all indications that she should be quick yet again. We'll see if she's going to be able to get into a position there from the inside and make things a little bit tougher on your favorite. Now, as far as the 3, She's Cool, who was dueling for favoritism a moment ago, back down to this level as well. I thought last time out watching that race in which she finished 3rd, she didn't really look comfortable for much of the running, and Manny Franco really having to work on her. She got a little bit high-headed. She was really having to be scrubbed on. She was late switching leads. She just never really looked like she was traveling comfortably throughout the running of that race. And sometimes she is one that maybe doesn't get out of the gate the best. She kind of has to rush up. Sometimes she kind of mentally is not totally clued in. But this is the second time that Manny Franco is riding her. He was aboard last time out. He's going to be a bit more familiar with her, and that really could be a big benefit as well. And they will be hoping that they're moving up front, Craig.
4-5. Thank you, Acacia, on the speedy Catchphrase. My concern about her as well, she hadn't improved in any of her races. They weren't that fast, but also, is the 7 furlongs a concern at all?
I think 6 furlongs is concern for, to be honest with you. Now, based on what we saw in the first couple of races, it seems like having speed is a bit of an advantage. I'm not saying we have a big speed track, but it certainly hasn't been a bad thing to be forward. And one of those winners was the longest shot on the board. Like I said, I have no interest in betting against this horse. I think she's better than these, and she's going to be controlling on the front end. But I can understand the argument for She's Cool, who I've picked second in this race. She drops down after facing tougher last time. Her race's last 2 figures have been close enough. She's going out for a trainer, though, who's had a very hard luck year so far with just those 7 wins in over 100 starters and a lot of seconds and thirds.
This mare on our screen, this gray 5-year-old mare, Dat Dares Right, looks like maybe the only one who can try and pressure the favorite.
I don't see Katie Davis rushing a horse. That's just not her riding style. You just don't see her do that, and she would have to be in an all-out drive to keep up with the 5, in my opinion, if the 5 runs her race, and I don't see it happening. Once again, I picked the 5. I'm not proud of it. I'm not running to bet her at 4-5, but I don't think she's a bad price at 4-5. But if somebody wants to tell me I don't want to take that price, I would rather bet the 3 at 2-1. I'm not going to argue with them. I don't argue with you for that opinion. I don't think that's a perfectly valid opinion. The 5 has burned a lot of money. And, I think that the connections, whether it's Winstar or Amelia Green, they're dropping her because they realize she's just not that good. And she's a 5-year-old making her 5th career start. That she didn't debut at the end of her 4-year-old year because she was working the party circuit. She's obviously had a lot of issues. Might be a horse that started out for them thinking she could be pretty good. But issues have kept her off the racetrack.
Probably going to be, maybe we'll see. There's a scratch in the next race, so maybe Berzina is going to be fairly short as well.
Speaking of scratches, I want to mention to people, unfortunately, Hill Road spiked a fever this morning and will not be running in the Wood Memorial.
For Chad Brown. All right, unfortunate news there. Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, just heard that.
Here we go. Start of this pick 6. First day of this spring meeting. Gregorian Solo, the biggest price on the board, steps in. Catchphrase the 5. The 1 to catch and to beat on the front end with Kendrick Carmouche.
Is Mitch right? I can't hear him.
For Amelia Green. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Catchphrase. Toxic Girl. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Catchphrase is asked for speed, has company towards the inside here from Dat Dares Right, and these 2 hook up early as they quickly come out of the chute. It's Catchphrase, who's now going to cross over, gets over to the rail, and Catchphrase is the clear leader. Is up by a length and a half as Dat Dares Right. Has moved to the 2 path here for Katie Davis, is now stalking from second as a length in front of Toxic Girl, who's alone in third. In behind them comes Moonlit Weekend, is traveling in tandem with She's Cool, who's in the red silks, and the trailer, Gregorian Solo, 22-4 for that opening quarter mile. Catchphrase is unopposed and unchallenged so far, has a half mile left to go, and Catchphrase is up by 2.5. Here comes Dat Dares Right, chasing all the time, and Dat Dares Right is back to within 3/4 of a length of the leader, as the front 2 have got some separation on the rest. They are 4-5 lengths in front of traveling as a pair. Moonlit Weekend there with Toxic Girl, trying to get the shove there. She's Cool, is trying to keep up, and the trailer, Gregorian Solo. Catchphrase went 45.64 for a half mile time, has a quarter mile left to go, and Catchphrase now sprints for home. Catchphrase is well clear, is sprinting away from the field. It's Catchphrase who's got a 5-6 length cushion now, chasing to the outside. Moonlit Weekend, Toxic Girl, She's Cool with a mild rally inside the final furlong. Catchphrase is still well out in front. A 16th left to go. This will be Kendrick Carmouche with a riding double. Catchphrase wins it. Catchphrase wins it over Moonlit Weekend, then came Toxic Girl, and She's Cool in 1 minute, 23.35 seconds.
That was her weapon, got to the lead and able to extend that lead in the stretch. Kendrick Carmouche has taken 2 of the first 3 on the card. He's got 3,996 career wins.
And so far, being forward looks good in this track, but once again, you're dealing with a couple of heavy favorites winning the last 2 races and able to dominate, and horses didn't make runs to finish second or third. She won like a 3 to 5 shot should. I'll be interested to see what barn she ends up in after this race. Though a 5-year-old making her 5th career start, I'm not sure there were that many claims for her.
Made pretty easy work of this group. We saw this lead into the stretch, and we both thought, hold on, this race is not over. But it was very much over.
Yes.
3 to 4.
I mean, listen, the way she has quit in the past, I would not have been shocked if she fell apart here. There was just nobody to come and get her.
Not the case today. So 4 wins shy now of 4,000 for that man, Kendrick Carmouche. And she will be heading to a new barn. She was claimed for 25,000.
So I'm 1 for 2.
There you go.
I was able to smoke out saying 2 heavy favorites would be claimed, and one of them actually was. So I'm going to call it 50-50, even though it feels like sort of like bad predicting overall.
And 13 to 1, 24 to 1 underneath, by the way. 5-2-6 for your trifecta.
Listen, I had the 2 fourth and the 6 last, so I was really close to
all
hitting
over this card.
Yeah, I was really can't believe I didn't hit this.
Kendrick Carmouche, 2 wins through the first 3. Linda Rice, meanwhile, all the success she's had on this NYRA circuit, historic things she's done in the game. Trying to get her first ever Kentucky Derby starter with this New York-bred Sand Devil on Saturday. We'll have a preview of his chances when we come back.
It's Mandaloon. Mandaloon wins.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. 2 today for jockey Kendrick Carmouche, this time with Catchphrase in race number 3, trained by Amelia Green, who joins me here. And Amelia, a win and a claim. I can imagine that's been a bit of the piece of it too, not just training these horses to get them ready, but also managing and finding the right spots.
Yeah, exactly. She was in the right spot today to get the job done. It's obviously sad to see her go. She was one of the first ones to come into my barn and the first one I've had get claimed. You try not to get attached to them, but it's hard not to at the same time. So best of luck to her new connections, and I'm happy we got the win today.
Yeah, absolutely. She was able to use that speed, and for a horse that a New York bred broke her maiden here, really kind of, I think, made a lot of people talking about you at the beginning of your training career.
Yeah, she did, and obviously thank you for Winstar Farm for the opportunity. That was big so early on in my training career, and I can't thank them enough for giving me her to train.
And talk a little bit about some of the ups and downs of bringing horses along and finding them in the right spot, because oftentimes you hear trainers saying that sometimes the horses are the easiest piece of it. You also have to be a good manager. Any sort of little learning curves that you found along the way?
Yeah, I mean, I was obviously very lucky to come from Todd Pletcher. I mean, I think you learn something every day in any big barn, but especially for Todd, you learn not necessarily what the good horses feel like, but kind of at the same time. Like, you learn to kind of find their levels, and I think this was her level. I mean, I do think she has talent too, but ultimately this was the right spot today.
Well, it all worked out. Congratulations on the win today.
Thank you so much.
Greg, catchphrase, just a two-way shake with that big drop in class.
Oh, interesting. So, yeah, just two going in for catchphrase. Amelia Green, she seems like she has a very bright future in this game.
I agree. And she's right. She ran her where she belongs. And, you know, it's almost evidenced by the fact that only 2 went in. She's a 5-year-old making her 5th start. I think a lot of people are a little bit reticent in thinking, you know, how long a career. And the other thing is, where do you go with her from here? You're not winning an allowance race with her, so you're going to run her back now in a non-winners of 3 lifetime for $25,000 or something, where the competition can be tougher. And what happens with her, a horse that probably needs to control on the front end to win? So what happens if the next time she gets in a race with somebody with some real speed? So I think Amelia put her in exactly the right spot. I wish whoever claimed her, good luck with her, but as evidenced by only 2 people going in, most people were not that interested.
5-2-6 finish. Pick 6 underway. It's late pick 5 time now. We thought this would be a short price. Wow. Berzina opens up at 1-5. A big part of that is because her stablemate, Uncoupled, Equus for Linda Rice as well, comes out of the race.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised. In this case, you know, Linda entered a couple of horses, so one comes out. I like to give Linda a hard time about scratching. I'm not going to give her a hard time when she's in the race as well. And this one is dropping down off the claim, which is never a great move, but Linda does okay with drop downs. She's not supposed to be 1-5, and I think by post time she'll be closer to 4-5.
Looking to pick up the 8th win of her career for the trainer we're about to tell you about. Year in, year out, trainer Linda Rice is at or near the top of the standings on the NYRA circuit. Her impact on horse racing has been undeniable. From becoming the first female trainer to win a major meet title, to becoming the all-time winningest female trainer in history, and now another first on the horizon with a chance to have her first Kentucky Derby starter.
When I go to the barn in the morning and train horses that I'm excited about running, that's what drives me. Winning races, whether it be a claiming race or a stakes race or a grade 1 at Saratoga, it's so much more fun than losing. Okay guys, Jose, I'm ready for the first one. Go ahead, we're going from the half out 5/8. My father, he was a hard worker, and he was very ambitious, instilled a strong work ethic in my 3 brothers and myself, and he had a love for the horses his whole life, and he instilled that in us as well.
It's double booked in front.
My first good horse was a horse named Double Booked, a grass horse, when I started training at Monmouth Park, and a filly of my father's named Ready Jack Go. But I would say that City Zip was a very good 2-year-old. I brought him here. He won all 3 2-year-old stakes here.
It's City Zip in front of the 16th. City Zip by 3.
He would be the horse that really helped move me along the path that I am on now. He's going to win at Belmont. I like to claim a lot of young horses with lightly raised horses that I think have both potential on their pedigree side and, of course, conformation. So that's been a big asset to my claiming, which has been probably in the last 5 years I've been doing more of.
Voodoo Song digs in. Is he going to do it? He is! Voodoo Song with a 4-star Dave!
New York racing is, frankly, it's my home. I've been here for quite a few years. I have gone from a young trainer that was struggling to climb the ladder to being a mainstay in New York. And I think by not diluting my business at different venues, I think it's been helpful for me to be successful right here in New York. I'm all about New York racing. My father always said, well, he didn't want to die in the harness. And I think about that sometimes, but I don't know what my day would be like if I didn't have horses to train or to be around or to be excited about. Linda Rice. I'd like them to say she was one hell of a horse trainer, and she earned it.
What an impact she is having in this sport. Take a look at what she has done. Wins the Aqueduct Winter Meet, 51 wins. 2024 Aqueduct Fall. There was a point she won, was it 6 consecutive?
Sounds about
that
right.
Ended with the tie with Chad Brown at Saratoga a couple summers ago?
Sounds about right. You know, I also think what's really interesting is when Linda won the title against Todd Pletcher in Saratoga, she won almost all a race with turf sprinters, and everybody was pigeonholing her a turf sprint trainer. Now you don't even see her with many turf sprinters, and Linda is very, very good at finding a situation where she has an edge. And in that time, it was with turf sprinters. We had just really started running a plethora of turf sprints here, and she was very good at it. When they change rules, as they did in Kentucky, because of your actions, you know you're doing something right. And Linda does a lot of things right. And, you know, I just can't get over how people kind of laughed at her when she first went to Kentucky and claimed a bunch of horses. And because, excuse me, because a lot of people in this game and in life are result-oriented. And she did lousy the first year, lousy. And I'm sure she lost a bunch of money. But she knew what she was doing was right, and she persevered. She went back, and then she went back again, and then they changed the rules. So they stopped. It went from laughing to changing the rules because she was so good. And, you know, I think one of the best things is she knew what she was doing was smart. Yeah. And just because the results were bad, and I had talked to her at the time, and she said, you know, I made some bad claims. Obviously, you're always going to make some bad claims. But she said, I've had some horses that got sick. You know, situations have happened. She said, I'm not sure that what I did was wrong. And a lot of times you can't be too result-oriented. If you think you're doing the right thing, you need to stick with your plan. In horse racing, a lot of times it's not going to work out, but it has worked out very well in the long run.
And one of those Kentucky claims we're going to see coming up later, who we both like in the feature race, that is Peak. Later on this afternoon in race 7 for Linda Rice. Meanwhile, her New York bred, who she's trying to get to her first ever Kentucky Derby with, that is Sand Devil, who started out his career very, very good, 3 for 3, all against New York bred company, then was second against Open Company in the Gotham. Can he get to that first Saturday in May with a big performance in the Wood?
Yeah, I think he can. I think it's going to depend on how aggressive Mike Smith and Bob Baffert are on the rail. As we said, I firmly believe that Bob's going to be aggressive with that horse. Now, listen, he could really heat the pace up, and that could change the scenario. I think he's a very good horse. I'm not undeterred of his talent by his race in the Gotham. He didn't exactly get the most aggressive ride in there, and, you know, we'll see how he does. Chester Broman wants to get to the Derby. He's not getting any younger, and I'm sure Linda would like to go there as well. Can they get the points to get there with a good performance in the Wood Memorial? I hope they do. I'd love to see a New York bred in the Derby.
Going to need a first or second place performance, likely to punch that Kentucky Derby ticket. He'll break from post 5. Jose Lezcano aboard that New York bred on Saturday. We are going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Michelle Nevin, Full Moon Madness, getting better with age like a fine wine. See how he will fare. Coming up over the weekend and that tremendous undercard on Wood Saturday. Stay with us.
An Eclipse champion by leading young sire Not This Time. Up to the Mark made an impression in the sales ring, bringing $450,000. He then left his mark on the racetrack. A debut winner at Saratoga before compiling 3 consecutive Grade 1 wins in the Turf Classic at Churchill Downs, the Manhattan Stakes at Belmont, and the Turf Mile at Keeneland. Up to the Mark now seeks to leave his mark as a stallion, standing at Lane's End.
Claws to the front here. Arabian Lion to win the Grade 1, Woody Stevens. 21 3/5 seconds.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Gulch gaining ground on the rail. It's Gulch on the rail alongside Capote, but Gone West has the lead. Gone West now comes into the rail, has the lead by a length and a half. Gulch on the outside taking second. Capote is third, then Chocolate One and Marine Command. It's Gone West on the rail, on the outside, Gulch. Gulch continues to gain ground. Gone West on the rail, Gulch on the outside, to the wire.
Gulch, 87 Wood, and then 1988. Yeah, the Carter, but much more.
Yeah, he won the Carter, he won the Met Mile, he won the Breeders' Cup Sprint. He was an amazing horse with grade ones, I think from 6 furlongs to a mile and an eighth. In fact, I know because this was a mile and an eighth race. And Gone West was coming off a wet track win in the Gotham, and Gulch needed the race. It's a great race. Gulch was a very, very cool horse, and he also won the Met Mile as a 3-year-old. He ran the Derby, the Preakness, the Met Mile, and then the Belmont Stakes, and never ran worse than 4th in a Triple Crown race.
Wow.
He was quite a horse.
Well, 7 furlongs, grade 2 Carter, presented by Naira Betts, and Quint Sprue has never raced outside of Laurel Park. He comes in off back-to-back stakes victories, including a 101 Beyer last time out in the General George.
You know, he's a very interesting horse when you look at his PPs, because he ran an 86 Beyer, I think, in his debut, a 92 Beyer in his second start, or 88 Beyer, 92. Then he had a bad race in June, and he was laid up for 7 months. And he came back and ran a 98 Beyer and a 101 Beyer. This is a 4-year-old that might be one of the better sprinters in the country, and I'm really curious to see what he does for Ned Howard. And it's the 40th anniversary of Ned Howard getting a lot more publicity when he trained the great Mom's Command, who won the Philly Triple Crown, among other massive races. And she was a tremendous horse. But I'm curious to see what he does. He might be the goods.
Very good. Meanwhile, Crazy Mason, a horse who all of a sudden has just got very good for Gregory Sacco.
I mean, his last race, listen, he has no speed, but he wasn't helped by sort of braking a little slowly and kind of being shut off a little bit. I mean, I remember we were sitting up on the desk, and he was, you know, he was at Home Depot shopping as the field was turning for home, and he's not in the picture. There, he just came into the picture, and he didn't just win. He destroyed this field, and this was not a bad field of horses. He's going to have to step it up against the Ray field he's running against the Carter, but he's a cool horse, and horses that make these runs from way back, they're always fun horses.
Well, and he did 2 starts back when he won. He was really the only horse the entire day that did not win with the lead, and he came from not only not the lead, he won from a mile behind.
I agree. You know, he came up the rail, but I don't think that track was a big rail track as much as it was a speed track, which makes it really more incredible. He's a really neat horse. Now, he's obviously getting a massive class test in here. Maximus Meridius, nobody can figure out. He lost it 5 cents the dollars last time out. I think another question is Full Moon Madness. Can he break in here? Is Donegal Momentum going to run in here, or is he going to wait to run a Keeneland on the turf the next week? I'm actually curious and hope he runs in here, because I'm not sure that Donegal Momentum, and Maggie can choose to disagree with this, and she may. I think he may be a better horse on the dirt than he is on the turf.
Great job in Hot Springs. We have her back. Good to see you, Maggie Wolfendale, as you talk Full Moon Madness, coming off a grade 3 win in the Tom Fool last start.
Yeah, and JMS Stable looking to add their silks to the wall behind me for commemorating the Carter winners. And as I talked to Michelle Nevin after that Tom Fool win last time out, I said, Michelle, how did you and Kendrick finally get this guy to break? And she said, well, I threatened Kendrick with divorce papers if he didn't get him to break. But jokingly, she said, look, he's a bit of a quirky type that you just have to try to get him out. It really sealed the deal with the win in the 6 furlong Tom Fool. Now, the Carter is 7/8. He has
his main rival and Maximus Meridius back in the fold, which he has proven time and time again that he is faster than Full Moon Madness. But could have been a tip of the iceberg, and this horse that has that lovely pedigree be heading the right way? Possibly. Andy, as far as it goes with Donegal momentum, last time I checked with my husband, granted it changes every 6 hours, they are leaning towards running in this Carter, and I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm intrigued to see him back on the dirt, at least based upon his form, physically and the way he moves. He does look more like a turf horse, though.
Well, I'd love to know what Maggie said as to what race he was going in, but somebody was talking in my ear. So, Maggie,
I missed it too.
Which race are you leaning towards running in?
As far as this hour, Andy, it is the Carter, actually.
Okay. So, in other words, Tom is the wishy-washy one in the family, is what you're really telling us.
We look forward to that. Horse has been on turf the last 4 starts in a row, so we'll see what we get from Donegal momentum.
Tom hears that I think he might be better in the dirt. I expect him to be running on the turf. Tom will be changing. Maggie will text me tonight and say Tom's changed his mind after hearing what you said.
I love that race, and you brought it up just briefly, and we talk about it more later, obviously, on the day, but Maximus Meridius, how did he lose at 1-9?
It's a great mystery. He didn't have the best of setups, but nonetheless, supposed to beat those horses.
Here is Berzina, 1-4.
Had it right on top. You too.
Yeah, we
smoked her out.
Found this
Can't
one.
Fool us.
Obviously, with Equus coming out, it was going to be a lot shorter than that 7-5. Lot to like, though.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing is sort of where are you going when you're trying to beat her? I mean, this is a horse that has multiple figures that are basically faster than anybody in here has run ever or recently. My First Love, the 5, who's the second choice. Well, she lost a $15,000 claim for Linda Rice at 8-5. It didn't even run first, second, or third, much as I respect Fernando Abreu. We'll see if Collect Dat can improve off the claim. Sweet Gracie off the claim for Jamie Ness. I almost said Elliot Ness. But Jamie Ness has had a lot of success off the claim. He has not been able to win a race off the claim at Naira. He's 0-7. But for a guy that wins at that kind of percentage, 6 of them were short prices. That's a telling number, even if it's a small sample size.
Post-parade begins with Spiritual Lady Blinkers going on for James Ferraro.
She's off the claim for Jimmy, and Jimmy doesn't have bad numbers off the claim, but it's been a long time since she ran a race that could win here.
Certainly can show speed from that inside
Yes.
post. Here's the big favorite, Berzina Linda Rice.
And I think Eric Cancel, Linda Rice, would be well-suited to be aggressive. You're riding a heavy favorite, the best horse on paper. Don't fool around. Go to the lead.
Ilkay Cantramachi off the claim. This is Collect Dat.
And maybe this horse can improve off the claim for Ilkay. It's not impossible. Once again, he's going to have to hope the favorite doesn't run a race.
This one has been popular in the claim box. My First Love now with Fernando Abreu.
I always liked her. I just can't get past her last race. And as much as I respect Fernando, he's claiming horse for Linda Rice. That's not an easy thing to do.
Sweet Gracie, it was a good effort back on January 25th, last time she was seen, but now moves to a new barn.
As I said, off the claim at Naira, he's 0-7, Jamie Ness, with 3 hitting the board and 6 short prices. They're just not showing that magic off the claim in New York. And also, his wins in New York have mostly been allowance types, not claimers.
And might be a little pace compromised here?
On paper, certainly seems like it's a good point. I mean, listen, I hate just falling back on the favorite, but I'm not making a case for anybody else here.
3-5, Berzina with a drop in class. Linda Rice off the claim. Looks like she could be ultra tough. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, I really feel as though Berzina is the horse to beat. She looks it physically, watching her gallop by, actually just behind my cameraman Aaron right now. Really like what I'm noticing from her on track as well. But let's talk about a few new acquisitions, and we'll begin with the Ilkay Cantamasi trained now. Number 4, that's Collect Dat. And I don't particularly like her on paper, that's for sure. And he opts to raise her up in company off the claim. But I don't know, my eye just kept going back to her. One of the better times I've seen her appear. Now, it's not as though Ilkay has had her in his barn for that long, and it's been a while since I've seen her, so she may have looked that way for previous connections as well. But we'll see what he's able to do with her here overall. Somewhat flattered when Lady Zeta came back and won with a 65 buyer, and she just got away slowly, which was not typical of her given her previous form. It seemed as though She had been breaking well, had been showing enough, tracking speed, and now with a little bit more of an outside post, maybe she can display that more early foot than what she did in her previous start on March 16th. Now, coming in from Maryland is, a hunch bet for me if I've ever seen one. I definitely have a Sweet Gracie in my household, but the equine version, the 6-year-old mare by Bambox, Jamie Ness picking her up. And as Andy said, look, this is not Jamie Ness's strong suit when he ships to New York, but I did think it was an interesting ship and participated in a race in which we saw the second place finisher, Pino's little girl, come back, and as she was heavily favored on this day, came back with an 81 to win. So definitely complimenting the form in the race a bit. And last time she was well back off of a quick pace, but she was kind of with the flow of the track. The winner did come from a long way last, passing her in the stretch, but she's made a favorable impression on me in that she's really well muscled. She's kind of fired up and feeling feisty as far as the prelims, especially when we saw Ruben Silvera get a leg up on her. She nearly knocked her groom over, and it's kind of spilled over to the track now, expelling though some of that nervous energy. And sometimes, as we often say, a change of scenery, and she was in the previous Connections barn for a long time, and just that element of new, that element of surprise coming in for different connections sometimes pays off. Greg?
Maggie, thank you. 4-1 here on this 6-year-old mare on your screen. Sweet Gracie, Jamie Ness off the claim.
Whatever the reasons may be, it's hard to argue with the kind of numbers that Jamie Ness puts in off the claim. I just think it's fascinating that a trainer who's won for years at a super high percentage, particularly go with routers off the claim. He hasn't done it yet at NYRA. Now, 0 for 7 is a very small sample size. But I think it's a bit telling that 6 of them were short prices and only 3 of them hit the board. So it does concern me. It just says that whatever the magic is, it ain't happening here in New York. It all depends on the 2. If the 2 shows up, and listen, the 2 was claimed for $32,000 and drops in for $20,000. It's not exactly a vote of confidence for this horse, but you win a lot of races like Linda, and maybe your feeling is, yeah, I'm probably going to lose her. It's a $44,000 purse, so I'm going to get $24,000 if I win the race. Lose the horse for $12,000. She's part owner of the horse. Lose the horse for $20,000. I'll lose $12,000 there, and we'll make a few dollars with a horse that maybe at the end of the day she's obviously saying I made a bad claim, right? I mean, you don't run him back for $20,000 when you claim for $32,000. Because you made a good claim. You made a bad claim, and she's trying to optimize the possibility of getting out of it, making a couple dollars, and moving on, and that's how you play the game. And can't imagine she won't be claimed out of this race. And like I said, if I had a good alternative, I would have no problem betting against her. I don't. There's nobody I want to bet in this race, so I picked her, and she'll weigh the horse to beat at 3-5.
Just so many races recently that someone's going to have to really step up, or she's going to have to now run her race to win.
There's a term we call an omni-fig, when you have a horse where every single figure they've run is faster than any other fig that anybody in the race has ever run before. And she's not an omni-fig, but she's pretty damn close. And those are you can have these debates about speed figures, but anybody that doesn't think that speed figures are, you can say, listen, you like the Thoroughgraphs, I look at Buyers, I look at Timeform US. These are all legitimate, well thought out, intelligent speed figures. To not understand the importance of speed figures. Now, everybody knows who the fastest horse is now, so there's no advantage. You have to look at other angles, and they're not the be all and end all to picking winners and handicapping, but I would say they're the most important thing, because at the end of the day, let's say you like a horse and you think, I think this horse is in the perfect spot today. There's some speed, hasn't been getting some pace. I still want to be sure if that horse gets those things, the horse is fast enough to win. The horse still may not be fast enough to win. And this horse, almost every single time she runs a faster fig than these horses ever run.
1-2. Eric Cancel will be aboard for Linda Rice here first off the claim as we get set for the start of the late pick 5 on this Thursday card. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Sweet Gracie is in. All set. And they're off. Speed from Spiritual Lady is hard sent at the rail, is going to be a neck in front. Berzina chases, is in between horses, right there 3 wide, is Collect Dat. That's the leading trio. Maybe a step slow there for Sweet Gracie, is making up ground quickly, is taken 4th. Is to the outside of the now trailer, My First Love. Pretty tightly bunched as they work up the backstretch. They're chasing Spiritual Lady. Spiritual Lady with a half-length advantage with less than 4 furlongs to go. 22 seconds flat for that opening quarter mile, and it was pressured. Berzina keeps trying to keep up here from second, is now a length and a half back as Spiritual Lady presses on. At the rail is Sweet Gracie trying to move on through. Is towards the inside here, Collect Dat, who's moved back to 4th. And the trailer, My First Love, as Spiritual Lady's getting away. Spiritual Lady's going to hug the rail, is on the front end, and now sprints for home. It's Spiritual Lady at a number, is 2.5 lengths, almost 3 in front, and now Berzina's in full pursuit and trying to run this long shot down. Can Spiritual Lady find a final furlong? Here comes Berzina ranging up once again, and also Collect Dat running on 2. Inside the final 16th, can Spiritual Lady hang on? Collect Dat, grandstand side, Berzina in between horses. It's a photo! Collect Dat was rolling to the outsides in the photo with Berzina. Spiritual Lady ended up tiring for 3rd. Final running time, 1 minute 10 seconds flat.
Collect Dat, Ilke Cantermachi first off the claim. Looks like the winner here at 9-1, running down this long shot speedster in Berzina.
I bet her last time. She stunk. Face her in a better race and beat a better field. No excuse for the 2, except she was forced to be put in a chasing mode. A very good ride on Gonzalez, being aggressive with Spiritual Lady. She just wasn't able to seal the deal. This is the first time all day we've seen a horse make a big run. That was a monstrously fast pace they were running. I mean, under 44 4/5, just a tick under. So essentially that. Berzina just basically tired from chasing, but this horse really improved for Ilke off the claim.
22 flat, 44 and 3 half. We haven't seen fractions this fast in a long time.
This track is playing very quickly.
And still, like Informed didn't really fit in here. Able to hang on for 3rd too. Tells you something about maybe this track. What do you think?
You know, at least we saw a horse make a run to make up significant ground to win. I do think the track is, though, from what I've seen, I think this kind of race suggests that being the inside speed is not a bad thing to be, because the 1 dramatically outran her odds, setting a very fast pace inside here. So I think this is the most, perhaps, biased track we've seen in over a month. I'm not willing to call it some big, strong bias. We've run 4 races. These are mostly lower-level horses, so I don't want to get too carried away. And this horse did make a run from well back to get it done, and get it done at almost 10-1.
2 and 5, by the way, claimed out of this race. Let's go down to Maggie.
Yeah, the 2 claimed as we thought, and weirdly, the 5 as well. Well, not weirdly, because she's claimed every other time she runs. But I do want to make this one point about the track. You know, we've had some in and out wet weather over the dark days, and now, you know, they probably had a tight seal, so you're probably dealing with a tight racetrack. They were able to open up today. Obviously, we don't train here, so it's just been dormant. It's been tightly sealed throughout these dark days. And 2, since we have a warm day and, you know, they're keeping it tight, I think that's why we're seeing these fast fractions here today. But again, I agree with Andy. It was encouraging to see the runner come from behind, but given those internal fractions and the fact that the 1 was only beaten half a length, I do think it pays to be up front, guys.
What I wanted to say, also, is this is a good example of the incredible stupidity of the people who want to put together pick 5s and summarily throw out favorites. Because you've seen a long shot win the first race, 11-1, and a 9-1 shot win here. Bookending around a 6-5 shot and a 3-5 shot. Anybody that had the first winner and the 4th winner on their pick 5 tickets and they're not alive in the pick 6, I hope they've learned their lesson, because it's a losing way to play, to summarily try to be too clever and too smart. Favorites are your friends. And it doesn't mean if you like this horse or you like the first winner, you don't have some of the price on the tickets. But to think the only way I'm going to make money in multi-race bets is to throw out favorites. No, the only way you're going to lose money in pick 5 bets and pick 6s is by just throwing out favorites because you think you're being clever. you're not, and it's been proven over time. Just because somebody says it on the internet doesn't make it true.
Pick 4 starts in this race coming up, 6.5 furlong sprint, $15,000 claiming race, where Book It with Haddad, Kendra Carmouche, Horacio de Paz, morning line favorite, is the mild 3-1, well, 2-1 choice right now.
It's a pretty reasonable favorite looking at the multi-race bets. Is 2/3 the double and the pick 3 with the 3 who appears to be the second choice. So I think by post time, Book It with Haddad will be very close to that morning line, if not lower.
All right, we'll have more on the 5th when we come back. Collect that 9-1 upset. Yokai Cantermachi Barn off the claim with the victory. We'll be back.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching America's Day of the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today.
I want to look at the will pays and the pick 5 here. And yes, put the dunce cap on if you include the first and fourth winners and you're not alive. Well, the lowest one with the favor is $805.
Wow.
Including a even 6-5 and a 3-5. That parlay was $6. This winner paid $20, so that's $60. So the parlay is somewhere around $800. So they're actually not that huge, to be fair.
Okay.
Though I think Malou probably wasn't 11-1 in the first race.
Okay.
But still, they're not that huge, but they're still pretty good. And you might have saved yourself $12 or $24 in there, and you might have been a chance to win $1,300.
Big final weekend of preps. Obviously, the Lexington's out there. We are going to see a D. Wayne Lucas horse in that race. But really, this is the final 100-point races coming up, including out west. Wow, are we intrigued by this one. Santa Anita Derby and the leader, not on points, but certainly in performance, going into the Kentucky Derby. We'll see what he gives us again. Turner Elizabeth's 3-year-old return was sensational.
I think this is the single most important prep being run, simply because it includes a horse in journalism, and to a lesser extent, Barnes, who ran figures that are too fast for these horses. And journalism is also not a pace-compromised horse. If it comes up a fast pace, he can rate. If there isn't a lot of speed in the race because these horses haven't qualified, he doesn't sit that far off of it. And boy, does he have an impressive stride. A 108 Beyer, and make no mistake, this was a very, very fast race. And he beat Barnes, who ran a big race in the 105. If journalism is able to run that kind of number, or even a 105, he's going to maintain his position as a heavy favorite. I'm very interested in seeing how this race is run. I believe that Citizen Bull will rate and Barnes will be in front for two reasons. Citizen Bull so far has shown that he's capable of winning big races when he can control up front. He is not exactly given the impression that you're going to be overly confident in him if you're forced to rate. He's already in the Derby. He doesn't need points in this race. He's going to have the points to get in the Derby. And I think that Barnes doesn't. Barnes has to be 1-2 to get in the Derby. So presumably they want to try to qualify him for the Derby, and he's a horse that needs to be forward. And I also think if you're Bob Baffert, you want to find out. These are still preps. I know they're grade 1s. They shouldn't be grade 1s. They should all be grade 2s. But they are grade 1s, and the breeding industry decides to unfortunately treat them as such. He doesn't need to win this race. They're preps for the Derby. That's the big race. So you want to learn, can he sit behind horses? Because if he can't, then they have to go forward in the Derby, whereas Barnes needs the lead. So I think you're going to see Citizen Bull rate, and whether or not he's good enough to win rating. And the other thing is he good enough to beat journalism anyway?
Yeah, that's the bigger question. I mean, he was just in another world of talent, really, than the rest of this entire crop in that first start back off the bench, which you think, I mean, does he improve off that? Which he likely may. That's a very scary proposition.
Now, I think if you're Michael McCarthy, you're thinking, I want him to sort of get a good race out of this one, and then I want the big one in the Derby, as anybody would with these races, because he's already run that big race. So I don't know that he's going to run that kind of figure. If he does again, forget about it. He's going to be an overwhelming favorite in the Derby and very hard to beat if he gets a fair trip and the track doesn't come up, crazy sloppy and he doesn't run his race. But all things being equal, he's going to be a real favorite if he runs a similar effort, and he should be.
And, well, it's interesting, too, because Mig talked about it in that piece with the Fleet Alex. They thought he emptied the tank a little bit in that Arkansas Derby leading into the Derby. Who knows if that's the case or not, but maybe took a little starch out of him on Derby Day when he ran so big.
I know that
prep.
He also ran in a very, 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 very tough Derby field. This is a nice field. There's some good horses out there, but Fleet Alex didn't have some huge advantage over those other horses in that race. Don't forget what Bellamy Road was ran the previous race. It's a very different situation. Journalism continues his form. He is definitively the horse to beat. He's not Escondare a layover on these horses because there are other good horses, but he's a layover on Figs right now.
What a weekend, including the Wood Memorial out here in New York. We'll have live coverage. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. It's historically been an incredibly important race. On the road to the Triple Crown, we'll have the history of the Wood Memorial with its 100th running coming up on Saturday when we come back.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the clash prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants.
Drain the Clock will bound home the winner. Drain the Clock, Jockey's Warrior, drain the clock by a head.
$120,000. $100,000 in the back.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
You gotta be wired a little bit differently to hop on top of a 1,000-pound animal and run 40 miles per hour with an ambulance chasing you.
We do a very dangerous sport.
American racing revolves around the Triple Crown.
There are trainers, jockeys, and the owners.
There is unbelievable money in this game.
I just forced my way in. And I'm not leaving.
Some people look at us like we've lost our minds. Micropoli spends $20+ million a year on horses.
We're in your little Twitter feud.
Just Mike's loud mouth that I get tired of. I expect trainers to put the horse in the best position to win.
Good horse will take you all over the world. Hard part's finding a top horse.
Trainers will be firing one jockey, hiring another. It's cutthroat. There's not much loyalty.
Make me look good, will you?
Cars, motorbikes, you can press the brake. Horse racing, you can't.
I wasn't ready to retire. I'd rather die on a horse than die of boredom.
If you can win the Triple Crown, you're in the history books. You're a legend.
Tough trip right there. Wow! Obviously, the prize money is huge. And there's a chance for the world to see who's really the best.
Back in our Thursday coverage on Fox Sports 2, you're watching America's Day at the Races. As we are getting set for the late pick 4 coming up. Big weekend on the road to that first Saturday in May. This Saturday, of course, marks the 100th running of the Wood Memorial, and the field is worthy of such a historic edition. Throughout its history, the Wood, the final stop in New York on the road to that first Saturday in May, has produced some of horse racing's very best.
Throughout its rich history, the Wood Memorial has played a key role as a prep for the Kentucky Derby and on through the Triple Crown. In fact, 11 winners of the Wood Memorial went on to win the Kentucky Derby, and 4 winners of the Wood Memorial went on to win the Triple Crown. Named for former New York State politician and Jamaica Racecourse president Eugene D. Wood, the Wood Memorial debuted in 1925 with a purse of $7,600. In the 35 years the race was run at Jamaica, 9 eventual Hall of Famers won the race, including Triple Crown winners Gallant Fox, Count Fleet, and Assault. The Marquis Derby prep moved to its current home, Aqueduct Racetrack, in 1960, and has continued to produce champions and Hall of Famers.
Bombay Duck on the rail, Foolish Pleasure on the outside. Past the 70-yard mark, and it's Seattle Slew in front.
Gulch on the outside to the wire. Easy Goer has the lead.
Not every champion wins the Wood Memorial. Secretariat lost his final Kentucky Derby prep to Angle Light.
Far outside, it's Secretariat fourth.
Before captivating the nation and capturing the Triple Crown, including his record-setting score in the Belmont Stakes. 100 years of history, legendary performances, and all-time greats. The Wood Memorial has helped shape the landscape of the sport and the Triple Crown Trail. What lies ahead for New York's Marquis Derby prep?
We are looking forward to it. It's going to be a big Saturday afternoon. Always fun to see who takes that big next step in this final prep to that first Saturday in May.
No, I agree. It's a great time of the year, and these are important big races, and horses like Captain Cook certainly feels like could be a real player for this Derby, and it's, I keep saying it, but it's put up or shut up time for these horses at this point to show whether or not they can be good enough to win the Derby.
Well, as that piece Mig did a great job on, talked about so much great history in this race, including back in 2010. And I know, a horse, you've said it already during this show, you thought it could have been something incredibly special. Unfortunately, we never got to saw Escandarea after the Wood.
He was making good horses like Jackson Ben look like bad horses. He had a devastating 9.5 length win, I believe, in his prior start in the Fountain of Youth. And this was just, I think he got around a 114 buyer for this victory. He was tremendous going to, actually it was only 109, I apologize, which is 1 point higher than journalism got, with a 106 in that race in the Fountain of Youth. And it also wasn't exactly the best of crops that year. So remember, Drosselmeyer won the Belmont Stakes. But Todd Pletcher still won the Derby as Super Saver got the money in there. This horse was in a different galaxy than those horses, and I think would have been Todd's best chance to win a Triple Crown. And amazingly, he was owned by Zayat, and it's amazing how many good horses Zayat Stables had when you think about Bodemeister, who took one of the toughest losses in Kentucky Derby in in the last, 20, 30, 40 years, the race that he ran, but also obviously American Pharaoh as well, but Escandarea, I think, was a tremendous horse, and he might be the most talented horse to win the Wood in the last 20 years or so. He was really a good horse. The shame that I remember walking in to the track about a week or two later and being told that he had been retired.
It was a tough run. I mean, there was, about a 10-year stretch. We had 3 or 4 years where major favorites dropped out of the race.
Revenge, who got hurt before it, after he ran that great race, right? Heading left and coming back. Yes, there can be bad luck, but racing's bad. Look at Hill Road. Look at the bad luck with him. Spiking a fever and missing the race. A lot of things have to go right in a game where so much can go wrong.
And just getting there is a feat in itself. As we get set for race 5, 8 minutes away from the start of this late pick 4 on our Thursday card here, and that's a look at Book It with Haddad. Horacio de Paz will have Kendrick Carmouche. Already 2 wins today for Kendrick, as he is 4 shy of 4,000 for his career.
I don't want to keep jinxing him. I think you and I were talking about it. We're trying to remember who it was earlier today. I think it's Luis Saez. Was like 1 away. We kept talking about it. It took him like 3 weeks to finally get it. Kendrick, you'll get that 4,000 win. We don't want to jinx you too much.
Well, how do you feel about his mount here with this one?
I mean, he's the favorite, so he's the horse to beat because nature. My problem with this horse is his far and away his best figures on a sloppy sealed track. Now, I don't think he got the best of trips against better horses down at Laurel, and I can see making a case for him, but I'm not convinced he's any better than these as the favorite. I'm a big Horacio de Paz fan. He can certainly win, but I picked him 3rd behind the 5 Strand Road and the 3 Revivalism. I don't think you picked him either, right?
I didn't pick him in my top 4.
Well, there you go. Yeah, I think he's a bit of a dubious favorite. Don't get me wrong, because of what I said about the wet track. But you're going to really tell me there are horses in here you don't think? I mean, you picked the 2 who might be the longest shot of the board, so you obviously feel this race is wide open.
Yeah, I just felt he could get the lead, and he did last time. And there's no world beaters that are going to be trying to run him down in here. But we'll see. Yeah, I mean, 8-1 is the biggest price on the board, so no one would really be a shock in this race to start off the pick 4s. We get set for our post parade here coming up. And with One Vision, he took the blinkers off last start. He made the lead. He has a very quick work out of that race as well. But we'll start with Kendrick Carmouche looking for number 3 on this Thursday card.
Well, I'll tell you another knock on this horse. This horse has no speed. And still feels like this race, this track, you probably want to be forward.
Here is One Vision, who should be forward.
You like him. I respect your opinion, but he's going to have to run faster than he did last time.
Revivalism is going to cut back in distance and take blinkers off.
Yeah, he should be forward in here along with your horse. I think that will help him.
Rockable, Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano.
This one is just a little slow. The maiden win, I guess, gives him a chance. The problem is it's the only figure that's even within hunting distance.
2 New York dirt races for Strand Road have been decent for the level. 2 races out of town have been awful.
And he's better on dry tracks. He can be forward. I thought his race 2 back is good enough to win here. And Katie's been riding very well.
And here is 21 Kid at 6-1 outside.
Feels like he's consistently a little slower than the best race of anybody, but I wouldn't discount his chances.
5 minutes a post in the start of this pick 4. Coming up, there's the pool, 55,700. Oh, it's already jumped to 620. There we go, and growing. Get a 20% exacta boost. Hit an exacta today on any race at Aqueduct, and you'll get that 20% bonus. You got to opt in to take advantage of that promotion, and you can opt in at NyraBets.com. So let's go back to Strand Road and kind of a perplexing horse. Maybe it's been the off tracks. They both come at Parks, those bad performances too, including last time out. But the races in New York for this level makes him look like he could be a winner here.
Right, in his last race, I mean, things just didn't go well. And I think there's a clear pattern that this horse isn't particularly good on wet tracks. So I'm going to give him cut him a little slack for those races. And I just feel like if he were to run back to this race, from a speed figure standpoint, this was as fast, if not faster, than most of these run, and he's not that short a price, though 3-1 is no great bargain. I'm hoping he can get it done. Listen, to have a strong opinion in this race, if you have a strong opinion in this race, you better be right. You know what I mean? Because this is a race where I think it's very hard to have a strong opinion. And it'll be interesting to see where the prices land.
Yeah, let's go down to Maggie for more.
Well, you guys are having the discussion about different metrics, different numbers and speed figures that we use in this game. And I know a lot of people like the Ragozin sheets, so I had to go ask the connections of number 1. Book It with Haddad is the way you pronounce it. It has no correlation to Haddad, who often sends and distributes the Ragozin sheets. So it's actually named after a math teacher that was instrumental to the owners. But I still had to go and ask. But looking at him, and while he's improved somewhat since I last saw him, which was back in December, you know, he's got a better coat to him. And as Andy pointed out, that race, though, over a sloppy track. And he's been spending his time down at Laurel, in last time in a race where he was just wired. I do wish he had grown a little bit, become a little bit more athletic, but I think connections are being realistic with him. And Kendrick Carmouche is always one of those jockeys who pays close attention to the way the track is playing. And I know we often talk about Kendrick giving a solo warm-up, but he sent this horse. I mean, smooching down on his belly like, yeah, go. And he did. So we'll see from that inside post position. I'm sure Kendrick just, heeding the fact that I'm on the inside. I've got to get a good break with a horse that is definitely one of the likely favorites. Now, number 3, Revivalism, has gone to favoritism. And while he looks fantastic and George Weaver is experiencing a stellar meet and year across the country, coast to coast, or I shouldn't say coast to coast, but north to south, I just don't see this horse being that successful turning back in distance. And I know he was against the racetrack last time, out wide on a day you wanted to be more towards the rail, just kind of overall, not a very pronounced bias, but definitely didn't hurt to save that ground. He just doesn't strike me as a horse that's going to love getting back to this 6.5 furlongs. So we'll see how that plays out for him. Now moving on to number 6, 21 Kid, shipping in from Parks. He's been beaten by repeat winners in his last 2, including Son of Thor, who come back and repeat that victory with a 68 buyer. And, we're talking about different speed figures and looking at the Ragozin sheets. This guy on those numbers actually fits very nicely with this crew here. He is, nearly dropped half of the price of when I told our producer that I'd like to talk him from 7-1 to 4-1. But he's just made a lovely impression on me from start to nearly finish of these prelims now. Warmed up beautifully, and I like what I'm seeing from him. He's more of a consistent type. He's not a consistently fast type by any means. He might be a little bit outpaced here early. We'll see how the break goes and where he finds himself early on in this affair, but definitely one coming in from out of town that I have really taken a liking to, Greg.
He just never got faster.
Maggie, thank you. Set to load here momentarily for this fifth and the start of this pick 4, 9-5 on George Weaver's Revivalism, who's going to cut back in distance.
It's funny, you know, looking at those multi-race bets, and it shows the difference between the win pools. Obviously, without real CAW participation, the board can be very different from the multis, and they're not going for the one here. They're going for Revivalism. I feel like, you know, I guess the Revivalism, the argument is he's got 3 figures above 50. And that makes him, you know, not reliably, but in as good races, the best horse. I have no argument with him. I picked him second. I think he should be forward. One of the points that you made to me, though, with the 2 was, while the time form pace projector that we all look at and have great respect for has the 3 and 5 as the 2 horses, you said, and I kind of agree with you, that the 2 could well be the speed. Doesn't make him the winner, but it does add some pace to the race. And for me, with the 5, I like the fact that at least he's going to be on the outside of that duel.
Yeah, this the one on your screen we expect to be in front here.
You do. I kind of agree with you.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying it's interesting because I think one of the things about the pace projector we like is it makes you think. And when you disagree and say, well, I don't, you know, I see this, and I think that's anything in your handicapping that makes sort of advances your thinking about the race is a good handicapping tool. You don't ever want to accept anything at face value. You always want to take a bit of a jaundiced eye, whether it's speed figures, whether it's, you know, pace scenarios, whether it's trips. You don't want to just sort of accept somebody else's opinion. Make your own opinions.
And again, as we've seen throughout the day, being forward has been a good thing. So we'll see if that's a good thing for One Vision here.
Well, we did see a price close last race, to be fair. It was a pretty quick pace, but the track's playing pretty glib. And we had a lot of rain. I can't remember if it was Sunday night or Monday night. It's really the only rain real rain we've had. May have tightened the track up a little bit. We have not had a lot of rain over the last month, right?
No. There's Jose Lezcano for Linda Rice. They're going to team up with Sand Devil in the Wood on Saturday. This one at 8-1 on the board. The 8-5 favorite, Revivalism, the 3 for trainer George Weaver. Set for the 5th and the start of the pick 4. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
21 Kid to the outside. Goes in, all set. And they're off. Book It with Haddad, but it's very awkward at the beginning. Also ducked inward is going to be the early trailer. One Vision has the lead. It's One Vision with Strand Road in that early mix, and splitting rivals there is Revivalism joining the leading duo. Getting shuffled back there was Rockable, who got the worst of it, is back to 5th as 21 Kid has moved forward. Book It with Haddad is the trailer. So they sort themselves out as they work up the backstretch, but it's a pace duel now on the front end. One Vision, a neck in front, hounded all the time here to the outside by Strand Road and Katie Davis in full pursuit, and now Strand Road is ready to challenge. Watching them is 21 Kid, is trying to get the jump on Revivalism, who's shoved along here from 4th, 22.46 with that opening quarter mile. Rockable, who lost that ground on the backstretch, is trying to make it up, and Book It with Haddad continues to trail. One Vision is still in front, Strand Road right to the outside. The top 2 continue to go at it through a 45.37 half-mile time. The rail is open here for Revivalism, who's going to run on through, and there's Revivalism who finds that room. Down the center of the racetrack is 21 Kid is ready to challenge. It's now 21 Kid to the outside. To the inside, it's Revivalism. These two brush shoulders here as they approach a final 16th. 21 Kid is edging clear late. Revivalism battles on. 21 Kid and Melvis Gonzalez, they get the victory. 21 Kid over Revivalism. Then came One Vision, followed by Strand Road, and a memorable victory for apprentice Melvis Gonzalez.
He was touting himself pre-race. 21 Kid runs to his looks here, gets his 3rd career win in 11 starts.
And Manny Franco gave the 3 Revivalism the favorite. A great ride coming through on the rail, but it didn't matter. This one still to beat him, and he's had a lot of money to be 4-1 in this race. Not a horse that really looked like a 4-1 shot necessarily on paper, but as it turned out, he ran the best race of anybody. The 2, as you said, was forward. My 5 looked to be cruising outside of him, but he really had no answer when they came in the stretch. And the 1, the public was right not to make him the favorite. He ended up doing no running and finishing last.
7-pound apprentice Melvis Gonzalez, good for him, gets a victory here for Harold Weiner in a 4-1 upset of an 8-5 favorite. We've had a couple of big upsets today.
Yeah, no, we have, and this was a wide open race. As we said, anybody could win this race. And It turned out this horse took a lot, but he was able to get it done. And listen, he does come in, and to be fair, he does come in and bump Manny a little bit. Whether or not there will be a claim remains to be seen. I don't think it was anything major, and I don't. He is
again late.
What I don't like about it, and I don't think that we'll see a disqualification, nor do I think there should be one. But what I'd say I don't like about it is I don't like when they drift in like this. If you're going to drift in to get next to another horse, you can't come in and make contact.
Yeah.
Now, I don't think it should be a disqualification, but I'm not sure the stewards aren't supposed to speak to the rider and maybe levy at least a small fine. Because I don't like it when horses come in or go out and then make contact. Because if you want to do that and get next to the other horse, I think there's a real obligation on the rider to not make contact. You know what I'm saying? And in this case, he did make contact. And I'm not trying to beat up on the apprentice, but if you're Manny, you have a right to say to him, hey, guy, you come in and you banged into me a couple times.
You get up to that line. You're not supposed to cross that line. So let's take another look here at the head-on and see how badly he does cross the line.
Like I said, I don't really think this necessitates a disqualification. I don't think he cost the 3 the victory, but I don't like him coming in. Now, Manny comes out a little bit there, but the kid came in more, and I'm going to say something else. Manny Franco is Manny Franco. This is a 7-pound apprentice.
But he comes in again there.
Yeah, and it's like if you're going to come in, you better be able to control your horse enough to not make contact. I don't like to see that.
So it's not just once, it is twice.
Where's
this
the
is
Mig?
a 7-pound apprentice as we go to Maggie and get your thoughts. And Manny Franco probably holds a little more weight than Melvis Gonzalez does in the eyes of the stewards. What do you think?
Yeah, sorry, Andy. It's Mag, not Mig. But I do agree with you, and I can tell you that they are talking to both riders. Manny Franco immediately hopped off of Revivalism to come down and talk to the stewards. Now, they haven't posted anything, but I do want to make public aware that they are talking to both riders here. So I agree with you, yes. Melvis Gonzalez, a 7-pound apprentice, and I'm sure he will be called in for stewards review tomorrow morning. But it looks as though it's still unofficial, and I'm sure they're going to talk to Melvis here. But I just wanted to make the public aware that they are looking at this.
And Mig is up here, just came and said hi to us. That's why Andy said that.
That's why I said Mig, because Mig was up here a minute ago, Maggie. I'm aware that you're down there. Anyway, you're the one who calls. Is that somebody else that calls them by the wrong name? Is it? I think that's a Lafitte thing.
Don't put it on me here.
Somebody else. I usually get the names right. I do a lot of other offensive things. I'm annoyed by this. I do not believe the steward should ever be conducting an inquiry and not posting it. Yeah. I think that's a terrible precedent. The public deserves to know. I understand that the people who are very sophisticated understand that they're looking at it, and that's why it's taking so long. And Maggie just made it clear that they're doing that. Tell the public. People deserve to know. And anybody that sees the head-on has a right to say, why aren't the stewards looking at it? Well, they are. So just put the inquiry up. They don't have to take the horse down. But put the inquiry up. Let people know that you're watching these things. People are betting a lot of money on these races and have a right to know the stewards are looking, and it's not right. Post the inquiry. And there clearly is one.
As you said, that first one, Manny did come out a little bit as well as they made contact, but certainly 21 Kid was coming in. But then it happened again that was solely really on 21 Kid and Melvis Gonzalez the second time.
I think that they should speak to the – I don't think they should make a change. Okay. I don't care about that. The stewards have an obligation to look at the race. Am I done? You guys are done? You don't have to hear me anymore? Somebody much nicer is coming up in a few moments.
We got Andy worked up. Still
not
I'm
right about this.
I completely agree with you. We've been told it has become official. Inquiry, Andy, don't get too upset. The inquiry sign never went up.
I'm annoyed. I think it's not right. I think it's not protecting the bettors the way they should.
6-3-2-5, no change made. We're going to take a timeout, and on that note, we say goodbye to Mr. Serling.
It'll get a lot calmer up here. Greg can relax. Casey's
no. Don't hold on. She is fired up.
That's right. 40 minutes in here.
Manny Franco. He is Derby dreaming. Had that run with Tiz the Law. Kicked off the Triple Crown in the Belmont. Can he get back to the Derby with Captain Cook?
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
We are back on our Thursday coverage, first day of this spring meet at Aqueduct. It's brought to you in part by Nyra Bets, where you can play it all, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. I have a new partner on the desk with me, Acacia Clement, taking over for Andy Serling. Good to see you upstairs.
Yeah, good to be here. I haven't seen you in quite a while as
Saw
well.
you in the air, though, at Tampa. Great job out there.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun getting a chance to do some of those big days at Tampa and recently Oaklawn Park as well. So happy to be here back home at the Big A.
And we got a big weekend coming up. We'll talk plenty about, obviously, that final leg, or final prep, I should say, for that first Saturday of May with the Wood, but tremendous undercard as well. We just saw 21 Kid get the win. Stewart's looked at it, no change made. And the 7-pound apprentice, Melvis Gonzalez, coming close to crossing that line, but victory upheld here and getting a victory. Good for him.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting the win over your heavy favorite, Revivalism. I will just echo what Andy was saying. I do think that we should at least see that there's an inquiry taking place, but is upheld for a $10 winner there in race number 5.
Calm down, Acacia.
You said I was fired up. I had to live up to it.
One turn mile, $20,000 maiden claiming race coming up. This for 3-year-olds and up, and very satisfactory. Has been very unsatisfactory to this point in the career. Disappointed at a very short price last start.
Yeah, that's a tough name to live up to as well. And not to mention, out of 11 starts, you've got 4 seconds, 4 thirds, so he's been close. But how about McCaw, who's currently even money, hasn't raced since August off the back of avoided claim. I think a bit of a tough one to trust.
Manny Franco, he's going to be on board. Very satisfactory for Brad Cox coming up. He kicked off the Triple Crown in a very strange year a few years back during that COVID year when the Belmont Stakes began things with a victory on Tis the Law. Now he's got a big chance again to get back to the Kentucky Derby on Captain Cook.
Jockey Manny Franco has been no stranger to the winner's circle in his career. Even with over 2,000 wins, including multiple Grade 1s,
He continues to stay motivated to be the very best in the game.
I'm hungry. I want to win races. That's what I'm here for.
Family has always been a driving force for Franco. From his first trip to the track, to jockey school, and coming to the United States, Manny's bond with his father has been a key component to his success.
I was about like 14 years old. My dad took me to the track every Sunday in Puerto Rico. Saw those animals running, and I just fall in love with the sport.
Throughout his career, Franco has found support from fellow Puerto Rican riders Arad and Jose Ortiz, as well as Hall of Famer John Velasquez.
Coming from Puerto Rico, coming from the same school, you have to be very proud, you know. And although we compete with one another, but you have to be proud to what they've done and to have the talent. There's no doubt that Manny has the talent to be a top rider in the whole country.
It is going to be a photo finish, and I think it was Discreet Lover.
Schering takes the lead. Late move from Dye. Back to third is Sweet Melania. Schering and Manny Franco have won.
And he's gonna do it, Manny Franco, in the Grade 1 Joe Hurst Turf Classic. But it is tis the law, and the New York bred is gonna win New York's Belmont Stakes, the first leg of the 2020 Triple Crown. Here he is, Saratoga's hometown hero. Tis the law.
With all his accolades, Manny is still missing that one win all jockeys want the most.
And I want to win the Kentucky Derby so bad, man. That's the dream for any jockey, the Kentucky Derby.
Well, happy to see Manny back with a big chance to get to the Derby. Obviously filled in for an injured Junior Alvarado on Sovereignty, who had a runner-up finish in the Florida Derby, but this is his chance. What do you think of Captain Cook?
Well, Captain Cook's been very good. He might arguably, on past performances, be the one to beat. He's won pretty impressively in his 2 starts since moving to the Rick Dutcho barn, including taking the Withers. And should be noted, as far as the New York preps are concerned, the Withers is 1 1/8, then the Gotham cuts back to 1 mile, then the Wood Memorial 1 1/8 already. So he has already shown he can handle the distance of the Wood, which others will be stretching out to try for the first time. He has some tactical speed as well, and he's a rider that knows him very well. He's got a lot of good things going for him, not to mention it is very special to see the legacy of Mary Lou Whitney Stables and John Hendrickson passed on with this horse.
One of their last horses, a homebred for them, and sold for just over $400,000. The dispersal sale with the sad passing of John Hendrickson. We'll see if this horse can continue on. He certainly answered a lot of questions going that 1 1/8 distance last time out. 2 turns for the first time. 1 1/8 right aground for the first time, and looked impressive doing it.
Yeah, he did. He was the favorite that day, and he delivered. I mean, he's certainly going to have some competition, especially with the presence of a horse like Rodriguez. But I think this is a chance where we'll really get a chance to see how good is Rodriguez, actually. Captain Cook has already shown he can handle the distance and handle big fields.
It's our ABR race of the week. Final stop on the road to the Kentucky Derby here in New York. 12 will line up. And a New York bred trying to get Linda Rice to the Kentucky Derby for the first time in her career.
And it's been, for us, following Linda on the New York circuit, we've seen her be so successful, tying for the training title in Saratoga, to winning by a landslide the most recent training title here at the Big A. Incredibly effective with claiming horses, getting horses to step up in stakes. But of course, for every trainer, a horse like a Derby horse is a big goal and a big dream, and Sand Devil finishing second in that Gotham will have to stretch out yet again to try the 1 1/8 distance. But it's a cool story. He's a New York bred, a homebred for the Bromans. If you follow New York breds or New York racing, you're certainly familiar with those silks, and they've had a long-standing relationship with Linda, and I'm sure it'd be very special for the Broman team and for Linda, for a horse like this to be able to move forward onto the biggest stages.
Going to be a big step forward, going beyond 1 mile for the first time with the kind of company that's going to line up against them as well. As we take a look at the road to the Derby in New York and the winners of the races to this point. We talked about Captain Cook. That was at 1 1/8, and as Acacia mentioned, we dropped back to 1 mile in that Gotham, where Flood Zone was your winner, and now is headed to the UAE Derby for his final prep. And now the Wood coming up on Saturday. Let's go downstairs to Maggie. And More on what could be a historic Saturday for Linda Rice.
Yeah, just to build on what Acacia just said, Linda Rice nearly got there 2 years ago with the Bromans, with Arctic Arrogance. That would not come to fruition, but they're going to try to get to the Kentucky Derby this year with Sand Devil. Now, Linda Rice, such a stalwart on this NYRA circuit. She has won countless meet titles, including her 5th Aqueduct Winter title just, well, a few days ago when we saw the commencement of this meeting. And now on to the spring, where she'll look to dominate yet again. But with Sand Devil, she said, they're dealing with a bulky field, and it looks as though there's some speed to her inside. But she also said she's very excited to see Sand Devil be able to stretch out, and she was not pleased with the trip that he got in the Gotham. Broke a bit in a tangle, had to rush up, and therefore wasn't able to kind of fend off the challenge by the winner. But also, she nearly was to tears when I interviewed her preceding that race when talking about getting to the Kentucky Derby potentially with Mr. Broman. And like Andy said earlier, he's not getting any younger, and he definitely wants to be there. So we'll see if he can get there with Sand Devil.
Going to need a big performance to do it. And obviously, this is a very talented field, but he has shown that he has a lot of talent as well.
Yeah, he certainly has. He's been incredibly game, and coming off of that second place finish in the Gotham was a big effort in the class test that day after narrowly prevailing in the Damon Runyon. That Gotham was his first try against Open Company, and he's shown that he can hang. Now the big question is, as the waters get a little bit deeper, and particularly as the distance gets further, can he continue to step up?
And how's he going to do it? I would think, especially with the rail, Bob Baffert and Mike Smith want to be very aggressive with Rodriguez.
I would certainly think so. He has that natural speed. We know Bob Baffert's not afraid to send, even with the blinkers coming off Rodriguez.
Look at the leaderboard, Sandman on top, but the one who's really on top of most people's leaderboard in terms of their talent, what journalism did in that 3-year-old debut, who we're going to see on Saturday as well in the Santa Anita Derby out west.
Yeah, he was really impressive for Michael McCarthy. I'll be really excited to see if he can repeat that effort in the Santa Anita Derby. And I think that these kind of final preps are the really pivotal moments for a lot of these horses, not only to get enough points to get into the Derby, but to really show that, yes, they are that good. It's not just a one-off, or it's not just a big prep, that really they have the talent to go into the Derby.
It's going to be a terrific Saturday. We hope you join us. Up next, we have race 6 at a mile, $20,000 maiden claiming race. Very satisfactory. Been beat at some short prices in his 11-race career. 4 runner-ups, 4 thirds. Will today be the day Manny Franco will be aboard for Brad Cox when we come back.
Twirling Candy, proving Lane's End's stallion-making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and in the sales ring, siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires, including Exalted, Ice Cream U-Screen, AG Bullet, and Walkathon, and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
These New York bred foals represent many sires: War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker. But they all have one thing in common. Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as Open Company 2-year-olds at NYRA tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now. Learn more about it at nybreds.com.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as Open Company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on our Thursday coverage here on America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by Gainesway Power, Passion, Performance. Race 6, one-turn mile, $20,000 maiden claiming race coming up, and very satisfactory. Not favored in here. It's McCaw, who could be the speed of the speed in this race. As we take a look at long shot here, Mano y Mano. He's had 8 starts, has never hit the board.
Yeah, he's a tough one. He's a tough one to trust. However, his rider looking for back-to-back wins.
Yeah, Melvis Gonzalez, the 7th-pound apprentice, got awfully close to a potential issue with the stewards, but in the end, that victory upheld back in race number 5. There's Linda Rice walking through the screen. And she's going to send out Well-Suited and McCaw in here, the speedster. The 5 and 6 right next door to each other in the starting gate. So here's the long shot, Mano y Mano. Is there anything to endorse here?
I guess you could say stretching out in distance should show a little bit more speed from the inside, but he is tough to trust, has not shown much.
Yeah, the numbers going longer, not terrible relative to this field. You need some probably to back up, though. Here's very satisfactory.
Well, he's consistent, just unfortunately not a winning type. 8 in the money finishes for those 11 starts.
Biggest price on the board here, Noble one.
And he does not have any speed at all, makes him even tougher to like than the 1.
McCaw, Linda Rice, off since August, the quick of the quick.
If he didn't have that last race, you would say he's certainly the horse to beat, but pulled up and has not been seen since August. A little bit tough to trust coming back in here.
The other Linda Rice, Well-Suited, Jose Lezcano.
Ran okay last time out, hustled out to the lead from there. He seems like he's one that kind of has that big loping stride. The mile or longer might suit him well.
And the other one is going to challenge for the front end in here. Remember the Chief. We'll see Eric Cancel if he does try and go after it early.
Yeah, we'll see how it plays out. I defaulted over to this one, just not really loving the favorites and the short prices. Blinkers coming off. Second off the layoff, I'm just hoping we'll see a stronger performance and now stretching back out.
Let's go back to McCaw. So pulled up the last time he was seen at Saratoga in August. This is going back to Churchill Downs at a mile just missed, had the lead in the stretch and got run down late.
Yeah, just caught to be beaten a nose. This is back in June with a big effort. Was claimed that day for $50,000 out of the Joe Sharp barn, and then ran right back for the next connections in the $100,000 maiden claiming race, where he did not fare very well. And then it seemed where we next saw him in Saratoga with Linda running for 20 was far and away the horse to beat in there when back at the mile distance. However, as we've discussed, that did not work out that day. We haven't seen him since August, and Ruben Silvera certainly giving him a big warm-up out there.
He's usually pretty aggressive, Ruben Silvera, and this one has speed and coming in fresh too. Probably going to be quick early. Let's go to Maggie.
This is the sort of horse I don't trust or touch with a 10-foot pole at a short price, as he is one that walked into the paddock totally washed out, very nervous, did chill out a little bit once they got the tack on, but has an incredibly pronounced case of string halt, you know, that neuromuscular condition where it makes it look as though they're really accentuating and lifting up that hind leg. In his case, it's his right hind leg, and with him, you usually see it more at a walk, less at a trot, and not even at all at a canter. But when he first broke off from the pony with Ruben Silvera aboard, you could see he just wanted to get away from that right hind leg. He wanted to kind of lean in and just get off of it. So I'm leery of him coming off of that pulled up equine ambulance effort back in August. And two, you look at the workouts, look to be going well in January, and then things slow down, and then they really slow down. It was a month between February 28th and March 27th in those two workouts. So while he looks fairly fit and he's gotten a good warm-up, so he's looking better now over on the backside, She's just not my type of horse at a short price. So moving on to Linda's other option in here, Well Suited, who I thought, relatively speaking, ran pretty well last time out. He was sandwiched in between two horses that were a 1-4 entry, and he kind of inherited the lead by default around the turn. He was pressing the pace early. He seemed a little lost when he lost his company up front, and then when another horse got to him, he kept re-engaging, kept refinding, and honestly the winner just got the perfect type of trip. Now Linda will opt to run him Lasix for the first time, but I thought it was a little odd that running with Lasix for the first time, he got really hot and washy. Usually it will calm a horse down and make them a little bit more quiet, so we'll see how he does if he can build upon that effort last time out. So I, too, like everyone else, have defaulted to number 7, Remember the Chief, who at 5-1, I'd be more than happy to take. He looks as though he's benefited from that race back at the 6 furlongs. Eric Cancel aggressive with him that day. I like that. I like when a horse comes in fresh, shows some speed. He was well beaten, but, just comes up a little bit tired and is back out to a distance where I think he's more well suited. Physically, he's built to go a route of ground. Long, stretchy horse, fairly laid back as those blinkers do come off, but also draws well outside. He'll be able to play the break, see what everybody else is doing, and Eric hopefully can judge if he should lay close, lay on top of McCaw, who, as you guys said, is your likely pace setter.
It'd be interesting to see what Eric does on Remember the Chief in here, because this one is quick, and you take the blinkers off on a horse with speed, stretching out, they relax more, they can finish better usually, and he should be able to do that here second off the bench, you would think.
Absolutely, and think about it too, as Maggie mentioned, if he's a horse that is better going longer, to run 6 furlongs, sometimes they really kind of have to hustle to not be run off their feet. It's a different type of sprint speed than you'll see with horses that tend to be forward when they're going longer. So he might just be able, when going a further distance, to get into that stride nicely. And as Maggie touched on, the outside post will really be a big benefit for him in that respect. Eric's allowed to play what's happening to his inside to get his horse into position.
Meanwhile, 5 chances for this horse here, very satisfactory, and all but one time has been the favorite, including a heavy odds-on favorite last time out at this maiden 20 level, and has not been able to get it done.
I imagine he's a very frustrating horse for connections that you typically expect to see win. For Brad Cox, and this is the horse he picked up for Sandy Goldfarb, and they've won quite a few races together. Look, he's run well every time, just not being able to get the job done, and as you said, at short prices as well, whether it's at the 1 1/8 distance or at the mile. There's just a little bit something that's holding him back. Now, Manny Franco knows him well. Even last time out when he finished second going the mile, Broderick, the horse that beat him, was 7-1 and was hanging on his left lead, and it looked like very satisfactory. He was going to have every opportunity to run him down, and he just didn't.
I'm shocked to see 4-5 on this horse, considering how he's, certainly 2 back. He hung in the stretch. There's no question. And he's had all these opportunities at this level. It's surprising to see him that short.
He could win, absolutely. But for a horse that just does not seem to get the job done in places where he should, that's too short a price to take.
Manny Franco back on board. He's been on board each of the last 2. He's been on board 4 of the last 5. We'll see if today is the day. Meanwhile, 9-5, McCaw, who wants to be forward, coming in fresh, should be as well. And we'll see what Eric Cancel does with Remember the Chief. How aggressive does he want to be from that outside post? But again, that's the beauty of being drawn outside. You can see what the 5 does and either go on with it or sit just off him.
Your hand is not forced when it comes to the pace. Gives you more options.
9-2. Remember the Chief. We're set for the 6. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Goes in. All set. And they're off. Maybe a slight stumble after the break there for Very Satisfactory. Broke slowly as at the back end of the field. The leader right to the top is Mano y Mano. Mano y Mano's got a clear lead and sprints away, is up by a quick 2. McCaw is chasing from second. They've got big separation already as they get set to come out of the chute and now hook up with the backstretch, and they're flying up front. It's Mano y Mano at a big number, chased by McCaw, and they're 5 lengths, almost 6 in front of Very Satisfactory, who starts to make up ground in third. 23.40 for that measured opening quarter. Looked like they were moving quicker, but Mano y Mano is in front. Chased by McCall, then comes Very Satisfactory moving in closer. Well Suited is now going to sit in fourth. Another big gap of 5. Back to Remember the Chief, and the trailer is Noble One. This is a very strong outfield here as they work into the far turn. Less than a half mile to go. 46-3 for that half-mile time, and Mano y Mano is 42-1 and has 3.5 lengths in front. McCaw is trying to cut into the margin once again. Very Satisfactory is all in now from third, trying to make up some ground. Remember the Chief starts to launch a rally, is there with Well Suited. Noble One is still the trailer, and Mano y Mano has come back to the field. Mano y Mano now with the nose in front. McCaw is ready to claim the front, and here comes McCaw towards the outside. Very Satisfactory tries to run these top 2 down, and Very Satisfactory is running on. Remember the Chief is closing from far out of it. McCaw is trying to hold on for a final furlong. Very Satisfactory is just a mild rally right now, is trying to cut into the margin of McCaw inside the final 16th. Give it to McCaw and Ruben Silvera to get the score. Very Satisfactory second. Remember the Chief, and Mano y Mano holds on for fourth. Then 1 minute 37 and 4.
McCaw off the bench. Linda Rice, Ruben Silvera, 9-5, second choice to win.
And it did seem that the early money was right. He found himself coming back in the right place. The pace was set by Mano y Mano, who actually looked for a time like he was going to hang on for a bit. As far as Very Satisfactory, it was 4-5. Yes, he stumbled at the start, but second yet again.
At odds on, yeah, it's McCaw's day. Linda Rice, owned by Roddy Valente. Ruben Silvera aboard for the win. So a 4-5 defeated, 9-5 second choice with the win. And Son of Bird song, bred in part by the Mary Lou Whitney Stables with a victory. Let's go back to that beginning. Keep your eyes on the 2.
Yeah, he is going to take a little bit of a slight trip there, and it does take him back a little bit, the gray horse, the 2 Very Satisfactory. I don't think it was a huge stumble at the beginning, and yes, he was maybe a bit further than he'd typically be, but it actually looked worse on the pan.
Why was the 7 so far back?
I don't know. No sense of urgency with him at the beginning. Maybe the instructions were to take back, thinking there would be a fast pace.
5-2-7-1. Very Satisfactory, we're told. Gonna try and break his maiden with somebody else.
Interesting claim.
Yeah, wow.
Interesting.
0 for 11, including now had been beat 5 times in a row at this low maiden 20 level, and someone decided to go in.
I think Sandy Goldfarb and Brad Cox might be a bit relieved, actually.
Again, 5-2-7-1. There's Ruben Silvera. Picture time with McCaw. Prices when we come back. And we'll get to the feature race on this Thursday card. We'll look ahead to the weekend as well. And a lot of money on the line as usual in the Dubai World Cup. Maybe the best older horse on the planet. Back in action. Stay with us. We'll have a preview ahead.
And clear off in the Naira Bet Haskell. In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead. As the field turns for home. They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers. Mind Frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock. Dornock wins the Haskell. It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
Welcome back to the program. You're watching America's Day at the Races here on FS2, as I'm pleased to be joined by winning trainer Linda Rice with McCall. And Linda, kind of a win-win situation. You said check the shake on very satisfactory, but I think it's almost safe to say you got him.
I think that's pretty safe too. And so we got the win and save a condition on the claim. So.
Yeah, exactly. And you'll be looking forward to the next race as well. It is our feature mile 3/16. But Peak, I think, is in very good form for you. Comes out of a very live race.
Yes, the first time I ran him in New York, it was 7/8, and he'd won at 7/8 at Churchill. I was disappointed in his performance that day, and I thought, let me stretch this horse out. He just seemed like a horse that had a lot of stamina in his workouts. He wasn't brilliantly fast, but he just, he's got a lot of stay about him. So, and that worked out well.
Will you go for the lead here?
The speed's been very dangerous today, but I'm not sure. There's quite a bit of speed in the race, a little bit of speed. So, I'm going to leave that up to Jose Lezcano. He's ridden him very well in the past.
Probably the same thing you'll be doing tomorrow with Sand Devil as well in the Wood Memorial Grade 2. And, we were just talking about how important it would be for you to get to the Kentucky Derby for Mr. Broman. But let's talk logistics. How do you see the race playing out? It is a huge field. We did have one defection already, though, with Hill Road.
Who's that?
Chad Brown's horse.
Ah, okay. Well, I see some speed in that race. Usually Bob Baffert's are forwardly placed. I think Grande, Todd Fletcher's horse, could be forwardly placed. We should be forwardly placed, no doubt. But, if we are stalking in second or third, I'm fine with that. That's where I wanted to be in the Gotham. And he'd stumbled at the start, and then he rushed up, and it just didn't unfold well. But the key is how good is he at a mile and eighth? We're going to find out on Saturday.
Has he given you any indication? Is there anything in the pedigree that says that he might actually be better?
Well, he is out of a Mineshaft mare, and she ran long, and I think Mineshaft is a great influence for stamina. So we're hopeful. That's what we are right now.
You always have to have the hope. You always have to believe. Well, Linda, congrats here. Best of luck in the next and Saturday.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Linda Rice coming in off of, yet again, another meet title, guys.
Yeah, look, you're with these horses every day. Linda Rice in her barn, making career start number 5, and you don't know until they do it. Are they going to appreciate that extra ground? And we'll find out on Saturday with Sand Devil.
Absolutely. It makes it a very intriguing piece of the puzzle. And, of course, we always root for the New York Breds.
Looking forward to that war in the Wood Memorial and that Grade 2 on Saturday. We hope you join us for our coverage. Another big one coming up we're going to get to in a moment here to preview. The Dubai World Cup this weekend. Late pick 5 though first. We had that big upset to collect that I should say at 9-1. 21 Kid. And now McCaw. This is shaping up though with those 2 upsets early to be, and you beat a 4-5 favorite here with McCaw as well. Very nice here. There's 2 legs remaining, and Linda Rice with a big chance here with Peak, and that 9-2 I think will be coming down.
I would certainly think so. Finished second behind Maz Mack, who's going to be a player in the Excelsior on Saturday as well, as he came out of that race to win impressively too, and now going into stakes company, a horse that has plenty of speed, as Linda touched on.
Dubai World Cup coming up on Saturday coverage as well, and really just one of the great stories in our sport, lining back up again. Forever Young, it's amazing. You look at the PPs and really should only have, I feel like, that one loss on the resume in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Probably was best in the Kentucky Derby.
I think so too. Was really game that day. I got to travel to the Dubai World Cup last year when Forever Young won the UAE Derby, and Handicap finished third to him. And just watching this horse train, the way that he has such an even temperament, which I was really impressed by. And he just goes out, he does his business. And then to see him now flourishing as a 4-year-old, this finish between him and Romantic Warrior in the Saudi Cup was one of the most exciting races I've seen. And he really is kind of that superstar that we're looking for in racing. He's 1 for 1 over there at Meydan, having won the UAE Derby last year, and now trying to be the first horse to win the Saudi Cup and the Dubai World Cup.
So great. He's one of several big names coming back as an older horse now, but you see these big names come back and you want to see them at their best or even progress to get better, and he certainly looks like he's at least as good, if not better, than he was as a 3-year-old.
Yeah, certainly has taken a step forward, I think. As a 3-year-old, you mentioned, ran well in the Breeders' Cup Classic, but if that win in the Saudi Cup is any indication of what we're going to have for his 4-year-old season, I think it'll be a fun one.
Everybody, in this field could be in big-time trouble facing Forever Young if he's at his best. Imperial Emperor certainly showed he liked the track at Maidan with a dominant Group 2 win in the Al Maktoum Classic last start.
Yeah, it was a strong prep for him with jockey Ty Gaucher aboard as well, trained by Bupat Seymour, who won the Dubai World Cup last year with Laurel River in front-running fashion and just won by open lengths. Laurel River, unfortunately, sidelined, not making it to the Dubai World Cup, but it seems that Bupat has a pretty strong second chance, if you will, with this horse coming in. One that's been in pretty good form recently as well, right there at his home track of Maidan.
Kenny McPeak going to take a shot, heading over to Dubai and rattle and roll. 6 years old now, over $3.3 million in earnings. He was very good late, kind of in his 3-4-year-old campaign, as he seems like he's tailed off a little bit.
That, I think, was certainly a question. Now, he did win one of the prep races over in Saudi, going early before the Saudi Cup with Joel Rosario aboard. He'd gone over that day to ride him and rode him in the Saudi Cup, too. He was very far back in the Saudi Cup, did run on a little bit for 5th that day. I wonder if he's really kind of the caliber of some of the other horses, like a Forever Young that we talked about, but he is one that's going to be running late if there is any sort of meltdown.
So we look forward to this one. Always a huge race, but with Forever Young lining up, a little extra significance in this year's edition. Look at that record, 10 for 25 lifetime, over 3.3 million earnings for Rattle and Roll, but no question about all eyes being on the one who will be a heavy, heavy favorite. I'm going to be intrigued to see just how short a price Forever Young is in that race.
I will be too. I also love seeing his trainer, Yoshida Hagi, with his contingency there. They're always all decked out in the colors.
The man with the hat.
The man with the hat. I mean, his fashion sense is spot on.
Yes, it is. So that is coming up Saturday. Our coverage begins 9 a.m. Eastern for the Dubai World Cup. We hope you join us for that on Fox Sports 2. And then, of course, followed by the Wood Memorial and that terrific undercard on our Saturday coverage from here in South Ozone Park, New York. There it is. Get up early Saturday, catch all the action. That's on FS1, 9 a.m. Eastern, and then continues at 12 Eastern on FS2 a little bit later on. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Our feature event on this Thursday card, first day of the spring meet, is coming up when we return. There's Magical Ways, one of many contenders. Rudy Rodriguez and Ruben Silvera looking to go back-to-back.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Hall of Fame trainer Steve Asmussen said, Gun Pilot is an absolute beast. He has a lot of gun runners' great traits. He is a bigger and stronger version and was extremely talented. His easy Grade 1 win in the 7-furlong Churchill Downs Stakes proved everything I knew.
The gold, but it's Gun Pilot. Gun Pilot and Christian Torres.
Gun Pilot is Gun Runner's only son to retire to stud this year. New to 3 Chimneys.
Race Lens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. Race Lens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on NyraBets. Open your NyraBets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the NyraBets app to start using Fast Facts today.
It is Vino Rosso in front. Entice battles him on the inside, and he's coming back with a furlong to run. Oh, what a wood this is! It is Vino Rosso in front. Enticed continues to battle him, but Vino Rosso's getting away. Restoring Hope is third. Vino Rosso Fantastico in the Wood Memorial.
Vino Rosso getting a little tight there with Entice. Would survive this Stewart's inquiry to win the 2018 running the Wood Memorial. He wouldn't survive one later in his career, though.
No, disqualified from the Jockey Club Gold Cup with Code of Honor in that stretch battle, but then, of course, would come out of that to win the Breeders' Cup Classic. So I'd say he did just fine throughout his career.
Yes, he did. That was a big moment right there. Mike Rapoli, Vinny Viola. And one of 7 Wood wins for Todd Pletcher, and one more. He's going to be tied for the most ever. And he'll have a chance with Grande, of course, coming up, who is lightly raced, but comes in undefeated.
He does. He's 2 for 2, and he's been impressive in both of his starts as well. Coming in, broke his maiden at a mile, first time out at Gulfstream. Not an easy thing to do, and then one going a mile and an eighth on that Fountain of Youth undercard. He was one of the more talked about horses on that day running, and he delivered. Won pretty easily. We'll see what he faced. Obviously, the water is a lot deeper going right into the Wood Memorial, but clearly he has quite a bit of talent.
And Dylan Davis, he made that move from New York to go to Florida. And it's paying off, getting some Derby potential mounts here coming up. He'll be on Grande for Todd Pletcher, returning to New York. Good to see Dylan back.
Absolutely. I was riding at Tampa on Sunday as well. So he's been making some of the rounds and back in New York. And this is really where he cut his teeth. And as you said, being able to ride for some of those top outfits in the big races, I know it's been the biggest goal all along.
Well, Todd Pletcher, he's got McAllen in this race coming up right now as a modest 3-1 favorite. Long time away for this horse. Did come back and win with a good figure. Got a very fast pace to try and run into that day.
Yes.
But we could see improvement second off the bench.
Yeah, absolutely. He was closing. Didn't switch leads that day, but he certainly had enough to run at that afternoon. We'll see how he can build off of that.
Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
You look at this field and it feels fairly evenly matched, and maybe the 1 3/16 this distance will be the determining factor as to who's successful here. And number 1, McAllen has tried it before. He was actually beaten 3 back by a horse who get to in a moment when contesting this very basically same race that we see here today. Looking at him, he looks tremendous, as he is typically done throughout his career. He's a tall, leggy, a lot of scope to him overall, and his coat's resplendent, though, as you would hope, coming from South Florida, but he also looks incredibly fit. Now, while he didn't switch leads last time, he also looked as though he wanted to lug in a little bit, which can be expected when you don't switch leads. You're gonna kind of go towards the direction that you're holding that lead on. Looking at equipment, just wearing a ring bit and his normal short cup cheater blinkers. So we'll see what he does here with that rail position. Moving on to that horse that beat him, going back to early March of 2024, Rungus. He truly looks like a horse that wants to run this far, and his numbers at this distance have been consistently the best of his career. Looks great here. He's another horse that is second off of a layoff. He didn't run that well last time when coming back here on March 8th, but does get Javier Castellano in the irons. So intrigued to see what Javier can do with this guy, as he looks fit, he looks strong, great coat to him considering he's one that has spent the winter here. So I'd be willing to give Rungus another shot. And then moving on to number 6, Otello. What do we get with this son of Curlin out of an Escondrea mare? So the pedigree's there for him to be able to dispute this type of distance, though it'll be the first time that he tries it. Now, he's a little bit of a tricky horse. I always think he looks fantastic, but he's also one of those Curlins that hasn't really ever grown. He hasn't, attained that much size and that much substance to him. So I suppose that's just him. And last time out, it was a race in which we really didn't see many move positions throughout the running of that one at Tampa. And he, to be fair, was the one who made up the most ground of any. His disposition, his pedigree say that this distance should be okay with him. Looking at him, my first inclination is to say no, because I was really excited to see him try 7 furlongs coming back 2 starts ago, but I'm on the more optimistic end of the spectrum. Greg?
Maggie, thank you. Speaking of, there's Dylan Davis, who we were just talking about, back in New York. He'll be on Otello there from the outside post for Christophe Clement. He's got a lot to smile about lately.
Yeah, he certainly does. He's winning all over the country now.
Breakout summer, still incredible to think about what he achieved at Saratoga last summer. Here is McCallan, Kendrick Carmouche. He has a couple of wins through the first 3 races on today's card. He's now 4 away from 4,000 wins in his career. And here's that comeback race from McCallan where he got that hot pace up front, which he was able to get up and win from.
Yeah, he did. Like I said, he had plenty to run at there, and you're going to see what Maggie was touching on with him kind of leaning in there in the stretch, and that is when he's hanging on that inside lead too. But he really had all the momentum, which you can certainly appreciate off of a layoff. He hadn't run in 11 months, coming back at a mile and a 16th. Not the easiest thing to do. Yes, he had a pace set up, and yes, he just got up, but you would imagine that's really going to be a race that he'll be able to build off of.
The way, and we have seen a couple of horses come from off the pace this afternoon, but it generally has been good to be forward. Is that going to make it tough on him?
Well, Kendrick Carmouche rode him 2 starts back when he went a mile and an 1/8, and he sent him to the lead that day. So I would imagine that Kendrick's going to just play the break. He's a very savvy rider, paying attention to how tracks are playing as well. But I do think in the last couple of races, we've seen more horses closing, which is a plus side. I think the track, just as Andy was touching on earlier, it's just playing very, very quick today. I don't think it's a bad thing to be forward, certainly a positive, but I don't think it's that you're totally up against it.
There's Dylan Davis teaming up with Team Clement. Last raced at Tampa end of January. Post parade here coming up in McCallan again for Todd Pletcher with Kendrick Carmouche. Kicks things off right now as a 3-1 favorite here, second back off the bench.
He broke his maiden, and then it was a long time between drinks. He'd been facing some good company in those tough allowance races and finally was able to get that second victory off the layoff last time out.
Rudy Rodriguez Barn and Ruben Silvera aboard Magical Ways.
This is a horse that's always right there. Just speaking of a long time between drinks, it's been a very long time since we've seen this horse find the winner's circle.
Javier Castellano on Rungius.
You would imagine will have benefited from that last start going a mile where he broke running and then just steadily lost ground. Should be stronger today.
It's about 10 months away for him, so second off the bench for him as well. Peak, I thought, could be very tough here for Linda Rice.
Absolutely. Has plenty of speed, comes out of a salty race, and looks like yet another heads-up claim from Linda.
Good skate, gate-to-wire win on the comeback at a mile last out.
And got away with it for 50,000 that day as well. It tried the Suburban prior to that.
And Otello, big warm-up here under Dylan Davis outside.
And he's a strong horse to train. He's one that does train in the mornings with draw reins where it does attach to the girth under to keep a horse's head down, so they don't do exactly that in the mornings. And I know what Maggie is saying, and it's absolutely true. He's not the biggest, but as he gets going, he's such an even running type of horse in the way that he strides, and that's the thought process with trying him at a longer distance today.
He still wants to roll.
Yes. You need a strong rider to hold him in the mornings.
Back to Peak for Linda Rice. Yet another very successful Kentucky claim for Linda. Claimed this one at Keeneland last October for $62,500. And a win and a runner-up the last 2 starts.
Yeah, he's been in terrific form, and that speed is very dangerous. And the horse that wins his last out effort, Maz Mack, would come back to win with a 95 by her speed figure and going to be one of the contenders in the Excelsior on Saturday. 2 starts back, got the win at the mile and an 1/8 distance. Obviously, this is an even further stretch out, but it's shown that as the distances get longer, that he is able to do it.
A little surprising to see him, the number he is on the board right now at 5-1.
I I agree with what Maggie said, though. I feel like you can genuinely make a case for all 6 of the horses in this field. I think it's a pretty evenly matched group. I think if you are really looking as to how the pace may play out, Peak's speed makes him exceptionally dangerous in here, and he is, I guess, a generous price now at the 5-1. But I think it's an evenly matched group. But there's a big question of who's going to handle the distance and how does it play out tactically.
Is the biggest surprise in terms of how they're getting bet Otello here? I never expected to see 3-1 on him.
I did not either. I thought for sure McCallan would be the favorite.
5-2 favoritism on Otello. Interesting. Naira Bets contests. Get involved. Friday feeder contests. Take your shot. For that $40 buy-in, cash and seat to the $300 Saturday contest. Registration accepted up to post time. That's where you register at nairabets.com/contest. Let's go down to Maggie.
Yeah, I know Peak is the one that on paper definitely has the speed, which makes him incredibly dangerous, but I'm not sure that we're not going to see at least Otello be a bit more forward than what he has in those shorter distance races, because as you guys were commenting how strong he is in this warm-up and moving exceptionally well. Like, I'm okay with how strong he was in the warm-up, because it just looks like he is uber and laser focused in here. So yes, I am surprised to see him at 5-2. I always feel like I want to lean on horses that have a more accomplished form at these marathon distances on the dirt, but it feels like any time a new horse can jump up and stamp themselves as horses that are really astute in these distances. As we'll take a look at number 2, Magical Ways. I thought his last race really good, considering he was kind of mid-pack early on in a comfortable spot. Then he lost ground going into the turn, and he ducked inside. Then he got outside in the stretch and just kept on grinding. And I think he is a horse that really does like this type of distance. Granted, this could be just keeping him ticking over maybe for turf races, but he's a horse that feels equi-talented on either surface. So I would not dismiss him either at 7-2. I do like that effort he comes in here off of, Greg.
All right, thank you, Maggie. Looking at the doubles, usually a good indicator of who's going to be favored at post time. This is surprising too. Magical Ways is actually the favorite in the double.
It's very interesting. I mean, look, he's certainly one that could step forward, but it's just been a long time since he's won.
Strange board right now. But yeah, going in, look, we thought, and the morning line sort of reflected it, that it was wide open and not a lot of separation. But to see Otello, who was 6-1 morning line, as the 5-2 favorite, that is a surprise.
It is. And look, he does certainly have some class. As a 3-year-old, he tried Graded Stakes Company a few times, even coming back and running salty allowance back in December on the wet track, which he doesn't necessarily love a wet track either. Maybe it's a little bit of a class play in here, but the fact of the matter is he does need to take a step forward off his last 2 efforts.
And we'll see with Kendrick Carmouche there on the 1. McCallan, what he can do off, it's certainly a good comeback, but one that's certainly set up for him as well, because he's probably not going to get the kind of setup he got last time.
Yes, that's for sure. He had several horses sending last time out that he was able to run at, and he dropped out of the picture at one point in that race at Gulfstream. He was so far back. I would imagine we're not going to see that today, as Kendrick Carmouche is off. Looks like a late scratch of McCallan. So comes out here of race 7.
All right, so the 1, McCallan already off the board. So unfortunate off that big return. We won't get to see him today back to the barn, but hopefully we'll see him again soon. So now reduced to a 5-horse field. And with that, we'll see how the odds take a turn here in just a moment. A good skate. Let's go to the 5 for a moment. And that comeback race for him, he was forward. He was able to get it done on the front end, but he had a race a few back against Ben Duke, and I know it might have been track that was playing fast that afternoon, but he ran a huge effort against a very good horse that day.
He did. Ben Duke, who we saw missing just a narrow margin in Stakes Company at Oaklawn last week, a stakes quality horse as well as Good Skate was second that day. He is one that has the tendency to drift a little bit as well, much like Ben Duke does. But last time out, straight and true, right to the front end. And one thing I did notice, though, is he's a bit high-headed in the way that he runs, and he was very game in that finish. It's a little bit of a question that he came off of a layoff after trying in graded stakes company in Suburban. Was reported that he did bleed out of that, not being able to use Lasix, and runs for 50,000. Maybe not the best sign, but we'll see what he does stepping up to this level today.
You saw Kendrick walking back to the jocks room, so his day is done. He does not have him out in the finale, but did what he could with his mounts earlier. 2 wins through the first 3 on the day, and again, we'll see him back in action tomorrow, but 4 shy of, there he is, 4,000 victories in his career, so that's going to come sooner than later.
Absolutely, and it does have an outside chance, a long shot certainly, but in the Wood Memorial race that he won on 70-1 shot Bourbonic a few years back. And when a jockey does pull a horse up to scratch, it's something that may not always be visible to the naked eye. We'll report to the veterinarian. It's by caution, by safety for horse and rider and the bettors as well. And then that horse, when scratched behind the gate like that, will have to meet all of the requirements, work for the vets in order to be entered again. So taking all of the steps to ensure everybody covered and looked after the best possible way.
And I believe you touched on him a little bit earlier today, but Passion Rules, he's going to come in undefeated to that Wood quickly. It seems like he would need a big step forward to contend.
Yeah, not quick enough on paper, but he is also one that doesn't get out of the gate that well. And I'm wondering if we're going to see Kendrick Carmouche try to rectify that a bit, because he is one that gets out of the gate very well with horses.
Set to go. Late scratch of the 1. McAllen, Magical Ways has become your favorite, the 2. It's our feature on the Thursday card. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Otello to the outside. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Broken a pretty even line. Good Skate has got early speed, and Peak in between horses, now with a head in front. It's Peak who's in front, is challenged towards the inside by Rungus, and these 2 will move to the first turn together. Joining them 3 wide, Dylan Davis on Otello, and these 3 into that turn together. In behind them is Magical Ways, is now a shared 4th with the trailer. Good Skate, very tightly bunched as they work into that turn, and the leader is Rungus. It's Javier Castellano, and Rungus in front, only up by a neck as they slow down the tempo up front, and here comes a challenge from Otello towards the outside. Otello is just tugging at Davis moving forward, now puts a head in front as they work to the backstretch, and they went 23.53 for that opening quarter mile. Otello is in front, and now sprints away a touch, doing it on his own, and Otello is up by a length and a half. Now chasing is Good Skate, who's out in the center of the racetrack, is a challenging 2nd and 3rd there with At the Rail Rungus. Magical Ways is in behind them. The trailer is Peak. 47.41 for that half-mile time. Otello, very strong up front, and Otello's approaching a half-mile left to go, is up by a full length. Good Skate and Manny Franco ready to challenge. They're trying to cut into the margin as they get away from Rungus just a touch, who's trying to keep up in 3rd. Magical Ways in between horses, and Peak is right there too. Still pretty tightly bunched, and they're chasing Otello. Otello lets it out a notch, 111.43 for 3/4 of a mile, and Otello is now getting away from the field. Rungus is holding the rail, is all in. Good Skate, drop back quickly. Magical Ways in the red cap in pursuit, and Peak is towards the back end. They reach the top of the stretch, and they've got to pick it up to catch Otello. Otello is doing it nicely. Magical Ways, the main danger towards the outside, is trying to run this front runner down. Magical Ways is trying to cut into the margin. Otello still has a comfortable cushion. It's Otello approaching a final 16th. Otello getting away once again, and it's going to be Otello. Dylan Davis with the score. Magical Ways 2nd, then Rungus and Peak in 1 minute 55 and 1.
Now the money was right on Otello. 6-1 morning line goes off. Slight second choice at 2-1 in here. Dylan Davis, aggressive early.
And we saw that warm up, and we talked about how strong this horse is. Even in training, he's one that he wants to go, and it turns out that that's the right tactic. I was a little bit nervous about Dylan the first turn there when he was caught 4 wide, but when he was able to clear and get him into the groove, you saw when Otello's ears went up along the backstretch, just how comfortable he got on the front end there. Maybe it is a track where you really want to be forward as well. That might have contributed to it, but I think the biggest thing is with that even running style that he has, when he got comfortable and into a groove, that was what Otello needed.
Talking about former Wood winners, and I know Andy's incredibly high on Escandarea, and this one out of an Escandarea mare.
Yeah.
As we look at some of the members of Adelphi Racing. It's a little Wood connection here with Otello.
Absolutely, Matt Cutere. He should look happier. Come on, Matt, smile. You just want to race.
It's a good effort from this horse. How about that? And just, relatively lightly raced, too. This is a good group he beats.
Absolutely, and this was a horse originally owned by Windstar and Sienna Farm. When sold in the digital sale, Adelphi dipping in, and been a horse that just needed some time off, needed to be sidelined for a bit, and has been incredibly patient with bringing him back and finding the right spot. And it seems like maybe they have found the right distance for him.
So Otello wins for the 3rd time in his career, but he hadn't won since the first 2 starts of his career. Now back in New York, where he won his debut. It's picture time once again with Dylan Davis for Christophe Clement and Adelphi Racing.
The only colt ever to win 3 one-mile Grade 1s on dirt. Ran the fastest buyer of the year. That's him, 6 wide, streaking clear.
Here comes Cody's
2 more Grade 1s at 7/8. Here's his forego, also running a 112 bite. That's 5 Grade 1s all told. No other son of Sires Curlin has so many. They say, be careful what you wish for. We agree.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage. Otello with a big performance in his 2nd start back as a 4-year-old for the barn of Christophe Clement with Dylan Davis aboard. Our winner circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton April digital sale on digital.fasig-tipton.com. Bidding now open and closes Tuesday, April 8th.
And Otello, strong performance using that speed when going a further distance today.
Pays $6.90 for the win. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with Dylan Davis back in action here in New York. And Dylan, you know, we saw you in the warm-up with Otello. You kind of tipping your hand that you'd like to go forward with him, and certainly coming out of shorter races, he projected to do so. But talk a little bit about the feeling he gave you once he got to the front end and how much power and control he had.
Yeah, well, my plan was to just break well and get forwardly placed if I could. They've told me before that he's a lazy horse, and you have to work with him. He's the first one to drop the bridle, so just wanted to take advantage of my post and break well and get a position. And he was laying third and into that turn. He actually was taking me. He wanted to do more into there, and I allowed him to take to the front, down the backside after that. He got really good rhythm. He was very confident up there, and just a reminder that he could be lazy, so I just kind of working him into middle of that second turn just before so they don't have a jump on him, and he responded well. He handled the distance great, and Clement crew had him ready.
Yeah, it looks like one that contend at these long-distance marathon dirt routes. But let's talk a little bit about Saturday. Even money on Ballerina Doro in that Gazelle. You were aboard for the performance in the Demoiselle, where she rallied really well from far off of it. In her last race, going a mile, she was closer and didn't run that well. Where do you see her going into Saturday?
I think forwardly placed, mid-pack to forwardly placed. She was close to the pace last time because they didn't go that fast with the one-turn mile. The 1 mile is probably not her distance. I don't think it suits her well. Going with more distance on Saturday, she's going to be in a better shape, better scenario for her. But forwardly placed, mid-pack, and she handles the dirt well. She gave me a good finish to second to Mohima, and I think I'm hoping for a big run for her on Saturday.
You excited to be back here in New York?
I am. This is home. I had a great time in Florida. That was the move I had to make, and it was very successful for myself. And we just keep on pushing forward. I came here to build business up for Saratoga and ride for the right guys and everybody and get the right horses. So get a little jump on before a few more riders come into here, make it a little more challenging. But successful and looking to keep pushing on for myself.
Well on your way to that top rider in the country. Dylan, congratulations here with Otello.
Thanks, Maggie.
All right, and paying off, being aggressive today, gets the win with a horse that, like he was saying, Greg, could make some noise in these longer distance races.
Yeah, we'll see. That'll be interesting to watch. I mean, it's been fun to watch his rise and to see him win here for Christophe Clement, who's been a big supporter of his, as we've seen him kind of come up the ranks, including his first ever Group 1 win.
Yeah, absolutely. I know certainly a rider that the barn has believed in right from the beginning, and even throughout the time in Florida, making sure that Dylan kind of keeps tabs on what the barn is up to up at Payson Park, which is about an hour and a half north of Gulfstream Park as well. And I think his aggression really paid off on that ride with Otello, and I will be curious, as Maggie was touching on with Ballerina Doro in that Gazelle, because usually she comes from so far off of it, just so much work left to do, and him saying he wants to be forwardly placed, I thought was pretty interesting.
Yeah. But yeah, it seems like certainly more ground better for her. That's when she ran that really big race on the dirt. We'll talk more about her in that Gazelle field in a moment. Let's take a look at this late Big Five. 1 leg to go. And even though, look, 9-1, 4-1, first 2 legs. McCaw was not favored. Neither was Otello. So we've not had a favorite win in the sequence as we get to the final race, which is not an easy one to close it out. New York Breds, 30 maiden claiming race, 1-turn mile coming up, where I would think Skyrunner is probably going to be favored by post time.
Yeah, this is a tough race because there's not a lot to sink your teeth into. I think right now we're seeing Akaira to the outside, who finished second in those 2 races recently. But as far as Skyrunner, as you mentioned, it's a significant drop in class for this one, not to mention blinkers going on. I would imagine she's going to be forwardly placed with that equipment change.
All right, we'll get to that field more in a moment. Let's get back to the Gazelle, as we were just talking about with Ballerina Doro, and that's what the one Dylan Davis will ride for Chad Brown. And yeah, interesting to see his comments of where she could be placed in this race, because her first try on dirt, 1.8 miles, she was very far back last early.
Yeah, absolutely, and running behind a good one in Mohima. That was the first time with the blinkers on as well. Blinkers didn't do much as far as making her be more forward in that race, but then in the Devona Dales, you heard Dylan say it was a slow pace there, going that 1-turn mile down at Gulfstream Park, and she kind of just ran evenly. She kind of ran in place that day. So maybe she's one that you just need to be able to time it well to give her a chance to make her late run, but hopefully not with so much ground to pick up as she had to do this day.
Yeah, and that mile race at Gulfstream, she didn't get much pace at all. She's going to get more pace in this race at 1 1/8 in the Gazelle.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you've got Vanilla Sunday, you've got Late Night Call, plenty of horses that could potentially be forwardly placed. You should have something else to run at.
Safi Joseph Jr., he's going to sit out early on. Javier Castellano will ride in a maiden win. It came in career start number 4 just 2 starts ago, and then try the Virginia Oaks.
Yeah, when she finally got a chance to stretch out in distance, so a horse that had been running sprint distances prior to that, and then was dominant when scoring and able to step forward, going the mile and a 16th at Gulfstream, stepping right into the Virginia Oaks. It certainly does not disgrace herself, finishing second. She's another one that does have a closing kick to her as well, though.
So early on, 6-1 morning line. Ballerino Doro, by the way, she's even money morning line favorite. We'll see if she can step up and who can punch their ticket to the Kentucky Oaks that first Friday in May. It's going to be a fun Saturday afternoon, including this race we're going to talk about when we come back as well in the Carter. A lot of talent lined up in this one, including Full Moon Madness, who has gotten very good, getting a little bit older now as a 5-year-old. We'll see what this one can produce in a loaded Carter coming up over the weekend, coming off that Grade 3 Tom Fool win for Michelle Nevin. We'll be back.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
She feels more than pretty. She feels fantastic.
It is all she feels pretty. The sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Selling the best. Fasig-Tipton graduates won more Eclipse Awards in 2024 than any other sale company. Torpedo Anna, Moira, National Treasure, Sierra Leone, Soul of an Angel, Straight No Chaser. Fasig-Tipton, eclipsing the competition.
Prince of Monaco's too good for Moose, an impressive winner of the Best Pal. Miramondi's all hot, but Prince of Monaco too good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back with you on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races with the nightcap still to come on this Thursday card. And we got a huge weekend coming up. Wood Memorial Saturday ahead. Final stop on the road to the Kentucky Derby here in New York. That's at 6:10 Eastern, but a terrific undercard as well, including the Grade 2 Carter. 7 furlongs, 4-year-olds and up. Presented by Naira Bets and a purse of $300,000. And Quince Brew stepping outside of Laurel for the very first time.
Yeah, first time here in the Naira circuit, but coming off a win in the General George with a 101 Buyer speed figure. He's certainly been dominant there in the Mid-Atlantic for Ned Allard. I know a trainer all of us always respect when he brings horses here to the Naira circuit. He's run some very fast races.
So back-to-back stakes wins, including this General George against Open Company. And you like the fact it's been, it's come in different distances, different types of surfaces as well. And this horse just keeps on rolling. 4 for 5 in his career. So we'll see what he can do coming into the New York scene for the very first time. This is a tough one to figure with Maximus Meridius. And we're going to show you his performance against Full Moon Madness in a moment. That win in the toboggan and then gets beat at 1-9 in a Pennsylvania-bred state race, other than.
Yeah, not a race that really leaves you with the best warm and fuzzy feeling.
Restricted race, sorry. Not
Restricted, yes. Restricted race, but yes, against fellow Pennsylvania breds, one that you think he should absolutely just lay over the field in there and ends up getting beat. Joel Rosario going to climb aboard. He's ridden this horse before. Look, he's a talented horse. Won the toboggan over Full Moon Madness, who finished 3rd that day. He's had pretty much a steady diet of stakes races prior to that 7 furlong try last time out. Not sure what happened that day. Can he make amends this weekend?
Full Moon Madness, we'll see if he can turn the tables on Maximus Meridius. He's talented in his own right. All 4 of his wins have come here at Aqueduct. And then I love this horse, Crazy Mason. It's been a cool story for Gregory Sacco. Back-to-back wins now, including a race. We're going to show you the February 21st race, but the race prior to that, he doesn't get out great here. He comes from so far back. The race before this, every single horse won on the lead, except for him. And he was, 11th early, midway through the race, about 7 1/4 lengths out of it, and still was able to get up to win on a racetrack that was completely playing against his style that day.
Yeah, some really good points there. I mean, he's one, you can see he's pretty far out of it even here, closing on the outside that afternoon. I know he's a pretty big horse, but he's always been such a sharp, high-energy horse that his demeanor actually lends it so much more to sprinting. And how about this? He's by Coal Front. So another good horse by Coal Front and Coal Battle running over at Oaklawn Park. I always find it kind of cool, with horses with pedigrees like that and seeing how they just go out there and do their thing on the track.
Yeah, Coal Battle, now Crazy Mason. Coal Front stands for $2,000.
Yeah, amazing.
And those two, Coal Battle's up and over $1 million in his career. So Crazy Mason, a little ways to go. But he's really starting to come to his own now, as a sprinter. So, looking forward to that grade 2 Carter. Should be a good one. This entire card on Saturday, obviously when you have Oaks and Derby preps, it's always going to be fun, but that's a great card.
It really is, 13 race card on Saturday. One race kind of moved with the cancellation the other day to that Saturday card, but some really intriguing stakes and some big fields in those stakes as well, which makes it a lot of fun to handicap.
This finale, I don't know if it's fun to handicap. It might give you a headache. It's a difficult one. Closing it out with a 1-turn mile in this New York bred 30 maiden claiming race. This is your current favorite right now, the 9, Aka Ira. Jorge Abreu barn, Javier Castellano. This one will break from the outside. Just missed at the level last start. And we'll see if the 5th time is the charm.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive. She feels more than pretty. She feels fantastic.
It is all she feels pretty. The sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Selling the best. Fasig-Tipton graduates won more Eclipse Awards in 2024 than any other sale company. Torpedo Anna, Moira, National Treasure, Sierra Leone, Soul of an Angel, Straight No Chaser, Fasig-Tipton, eclipsing the competition.
Monaco's too good for Moose, an impressive winner of the Best Pal. Miramondi's all hot, but Prince of Monaco too good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
The power of Juddmonte.
Here we go, back for the finale. Here's our post parade for the 8th. We start with Heavens Lee. Katie Davis rides.
And blinkers going on. I guess that's your hope, that will make her get out of the gate a little bit cleaner, especially breaking from the rail, as that has been her Achilles heel thus far.
I would expect this is going to be the favorite post time, but it's not looking like it right now. 9-2 on Skyrunner.
Drop in class for this one. Blinkers going on as well. Very sharp out on the track.
Staged Conflict, Romero Mirage.
A horse that we saw come back off a layoff, run for 20,000 last time when did not run a step.
39-1 seems generous. Jovia's Diva has had 2 starts and made very little impact.
Same thing, tough to find anything to recommend about this one. Is stretching out in distance, maybe we'll be a bit more forward.
Welcome back, Babe. Return to that race 2 starts ago. She could be very tough here.
Certainly, ran a good effort that day off of a big layoff here. We haven't seen her since August.
Angle, I love 2 sprints stretching out, but it's a long layoff for Houdini's Bride.
And typically with the Michelle Nevin barn, you do like to see them have a start off the bench, but actually ran well before being sidelined last May.
Dear John for the John Terranova barn.
Horse that finished a distant second last time out, could build off of that effort.
Khalees Storm has some efforts that certainly make her a player.
Certainly does. Some of those races back in the spring of last year is stretching back out to the mile today.
And Aka Ira with Javier Castellano outside.
I think right now we see betting public just kind of defaulting to this one, with the last 2 races being second place finishers, also finishes behind Tower 22, who would come back to win again.
3 minutes to post in this finale. Back to Skyrunner, Dylan Davis. So look to go back-to-back to close out this card as we go to Maggie.
Yeah, and she looks like the main drop-down horse in here. In fact, the lone drop-down horse, which is always going to pique your interest in these lower-level maiden claimers. And looking at her, as you heard Acacia say, she had an exuberant warm-up out on the racetrack, really moving well out there, too. Now, she does strike me, too, as one that's a little bit on the nervous side. Kind of got really fizzy back in the paddock, does not carry her weight particularly well. But despite running a slower race, going a mile in her last start, I do think, at least looking at her physically, she is suited to the mile, and she'll add those blinkers, just a short cup cheater blinker. So looking for her to possibly be more forward, getting the mile for the second time. And she also comes out of a race which produced 2 next time out winners, the 3rd place finisher, as well as the 5th place finisher too here. So I do like what I'm seeing from Skyrunner. I have no problems with her. As we'll move on to the duo for the Michelle Nevin barn, number 5, Welcome Back Babe. Haven't seen her since August off of that eased effort. Now, she's a little hot and washy, which I don't like from an overall standpoint, but it's how she typically is. Every time I've seen her, she's been that way. So I'm not going to write her off for that. And she comes back in here looking fit. She just has never really grown. She's never really progressed. So she's not one that I'm going to be necessarily in favor of, but has the races to make her a major player. I do prefer her stablemate, number 6, Houdini's Bride, which there's pedigree to say she should handle this stretch out. She doesn't look overwhelmingly convincing going this mile, but I just like her as a horse. I've liked everything she's shown me from the time she stepped into the paddock to now as they finish up their warm-ups. She's strong, she's fit, she looks great and healthy in her coat. She has the right disposition. She's not nervous. She just seems very focused out there. And 2, she warmed up incredibly well, moving and hitting the ground quite nicely. So I'm going to lean on her, Houdini's Bride. And 2, Greg, she projects to be forward in here, considering she was going the 6 in her second start.
Yeah, she was forward in that sprint the last time we saw her, and long time away, coming in fresh. You would think she's going to fire out of there. So 3-1 right now on Houdini's Bride.
You do have Manny Franco aboard with a filly that should be fresh off the layoff. We'll see if she's fit enough coming back, and she got high marks from Maggie as far as the fitness is concerned, as she does stretch out in distance, so could be to her benefit as she will use that speed going a bit longer.
Meanwhile, favorite, and got a text from our track announcer, Chris Griffin. Thank you. Asaira.
Yes, thank you,
The
Chris.
correct pronunciation of the 9.
I still think Greg and I are on this bandwagon that when you register a horse's name with the Jockey Club, you should have to include a pronunciation guide. It would solve so many issues for all of us.
Please get that done. Every other sport in existence does that.
Yes.
And primarily for the media.
Yes.
So we can get it right.
We need some help.
Yes. We cannot research every single name.
Yeah.
A lot of times it's nowhere to be found. Please make that happen.
Yes.
Asaira from the outside. Favored at 9-5. I didn't love that last race. It was a slowly run race.
I didn't either. Like I said, I feel like 2 good second place finishes, and this is kind of, in a field like this, that's a little bit what you default to. I certainly don't think there are any world beaters in here, but I do think maybe you have a horse stretching out or coming off a layoff who could just be a bit fresher that she might find a bit tough.
4-1 is pretty fair on the 2, isn't it?
I think so. I mean, I think this horse should be forward as well and is dropping out of some tougher races.
I think it's probably going to click down a little bit before those gates open, though, so you don't get too excited. Dylan Davis on that one for Charlie Baker.
Looking to sweep the late double.
Heavens Lee, big price from the inside. 2 sprints, now stretching out, has not gotten out of the gate good each of the first 2 starts. I think that's the 8. Khalees Storm? No.
That's the 7. It looks like they're just tightening the girth there on her. Yep. And
Luis
we'll bring
Rivera
her
Jr.
forward.
So she steps in, big price. Here we go, nightcap on this Thursday card from Aqueduct. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Here's Jovia's Diva, Khalees Storm, and Asaira to the outside. Asaira goes in, all set. And they're off. Hard set towards the outside as Dear John is asked for early speed. It's Welcome Back Babe in between horses. Now emerges with the front, but they are lined up. Jovia's Diva's in that mix right there in the blue silks. Is now moving on through. And Jovia's Diva is ahead in front. On the far outside, Asaira is trying to keep up here with the early leaders. They're 4 across the track. As joining them is Khalees Storm. So a pressured pace as they are tightly bunched, and there's room at the rail. Heavens Lee and the Pink Silks is even trying to move on through, is now a challenging 5th. Just got passed for that spot by Sky Runner, who's in that group too, is now pulling forward here, has taken the 4th position. Back to 5th is Jovia's Diva, purple cap to the outside, Houdini's Bride. 23.41 for that opening quarter mile. The 3 at the back, Heavens Lee, who lost all that ground, is towards the back end with Dear John, and the trailer Stage Conflict. Less than 4 furlongs to travel and 3 across the racetrack through a 46.51. Half-mile time, Welcome Back Babe with a head in front. Khalees Storm is challenging in the 2 path and 3 wide. Asaira is now challenging, and Asaira is ready to challenge. Welcome Back Babe, they're 1-2. Losing some ground is Khalees Storm is trying to hang in there. Far back to the rest. Sky Runner's trying to rally on. Also Heavens Lee. But up front, it's the top 2. Welcome Back Babe is going to hug the rail. Asaira drifted out just a touch, a little green as they reach the top of the stretch, and it's down to these 2 here as they approach a final furlong. Welcome Back Babe. Asaira continues to challenge to the outside. It's about 8-10 lengths back to the rest of the field. It's down to these 2 as they approach a final 16th. Welcome Back Babe is edging clear late. Asaira is back to 2nd. Welcome Back Babe wins the finale. Welcome Back Babe wins it over Asaira. Then came Khalees Storm and Sky Runner, and 1 minute 37.70 seconds.
Welcome Back Babe. Michelle Nevin had that race 2 back that made her a major player in here, and in her 7th career start, she breaks her maiden.
She was ready off the layoff, and she had some company on the front end, but Christopher Elliott was aggressive with her. She was sharp, and she was fresh, and she was able to hold off your favorite, Asaira. Anyway, Chris has a very nice accent.
He did. He nailed it.
Yeah, well done. But yeah, game performance from Welcome Back Babe, who was ready to roll off the layoff.
Christopher Elliott for Michelle Nevin, JMS Stable, owned in part by the trainer as well. And wins here at 4-1 to close out our Thursday action. 5-9-8-2. Came a 2-horse race down the stretch with Welcome Back Babe and Asaira the 9. But it goes to this one here. Prices when we come back. Give you the pick 5 payout when when we return. Stick with us. We'll be back right after this.
Bucaro, any day.
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
Any track.
결승선 끝까지 사전 사승. 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈.
Any surface.
Queen Maxima starts to extend that beautiful stride of hers, though, and it's lights out. None of the others will come close to Queen Maxima.
Bucaro, a leading sire of stakes winners on every surface from coast to coast and around the globe. Standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
And thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter,
you've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum, and we're ready for more.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage, first day of this spring meet. And New Yorkers got a pep in their step. Brought to you in part where you play it all, Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Nightcap to welcome back Babe. Christopher Elliott, Michelle Nevin, JMS Stable.
Game performance under Christopher Elliott, who was aggressive with her, and it paid off. She was ready to roll off the layoff, and she is actually the half-sister to a fun New York bred that we watched for many years on the circuit, and my boy Tate.
And here, at this point, it becomes these two. Your favorite, Asa Ira, Javier Castellano on the outside with a 9, and welcome back Babe with a 5, able to finish and get it done.
At 4-1 and holding off that favorite in the stretch there, Greg. So not a single favorite winning in that Luke Pick 5 sequence.
Yeah, that's going to equal profit if you put this sequence together. Congratulations in the Pick 5. We got a carryover in the Pick 6 as well. Show you that in a moment here. Reveal on the Pick 5 for just shy of $5,000. And a carryover into Friday of almost $21,000. So some work to do tonight if you want to tackle that.
Get your handicapping hats on.
Good luck, everybody. Collect that. Tough to have.
Yep.
I thought Otello was really tough to have, and that was one of the shorter prices.
I'm surprised that Otello went off a shorter price as he did. Yeah.
Ran so good, though, off the bench. Or short layoff, anyway. So well done, yeah, if you put that together. And good luck at a Pick 6 carryover coming up for tomorrow. ABR Race of the Week, of course, this big one on the Derby Trail in the Grade 2 Wood Memorial. 100th running of this race. Presented by Resorts World Casino, $750,000 purse. And Bob Baffert, some of these big-name horses he's had, fallen by the wayside a little bit. What about Rodriguez? Can he punch his ticket on Saturday?
Well, this will be the big question because he's run some fast races out in California, but he's never run outside of California, and he's running in a big field with some pretty good horses that he's going to face in the wood this weekend. The blinkers are coming off, and he comes out of a race finishing in the San Felipe, a distant third behind Journalism and Barnes. Barnes, who I know was very highly thought of by the barn, probably a little bit disappointing that day. And Journalism, who we'll see in the Santa Anita Derby and very well could be kind of the big name going into the Kentucky Derby of a horse that's been ultra impressive. So he's faced some good ones, Rodriguez. I think he needs to take a step forward, but fun to see Mike Smith back here riding at the Big A as well.
Yeah, it was so dominant in New York for such a long time. Had obviously so much success with Bob Baffert over the years. He's got that speed from the inside, and that first turn at this mile and 1/8 configuration comes up very quick. So you would think they're going to have to would want to take advantage of the speed they have with this weapon from Rodriguez.
I would certainly think so. And if you're thinking, oh, blinkers off, he's not going to be that quick. When Bob Baffert, for the most part, has horses in blinkers, they're a very tiny cheater cup blinker that he does have on. A lot of those horses wear that type of equipment. It's not going to make a huge difference as far as that early speed does go. It's the way that they train. That's where the speed comes from. And,
you know, we heard from Lena Rice talking to Maggie earlier in terms of where she wants Sand Devil to be. She said she's going to leave it up to Jose Lezcano. We got that bad break, or they got that bad break out of the way with him last time with that little stumble. But assuming this horse breaks clean, he's quick early.
He is quick early. He was quick sprinting, going 7 furlongs a couple races back. And I would imagine if he breaks cleanly, especially as you said, with how quick that first turn comes up when going the 1 1/8 and the 2 turns here at Aqueduct, you want to get some forward position.
Hill Road, a scratch, unfortunate for Chad Brown, going to come out of the race. Captain Cook, are you a believer? Do you think we're going to see the real deal on Saturday?
I am a believer. I'm excited about him. I'm excited to see if he can take a step forward. We know he can handle the distance already.
It's coming up on Saturday. We hope you join us for our coverage tomorrow. We're back at 1 Eastern start time. We could be at 7 tomorrow night. It's a long one. Otello, ready to roll. For Christophe Clement with Dylan Davis in our Thursday feature. Rodriguez for Bob Baffert. Mike Smith will be aboard with that inside post at Saturday's Wood Memorial. Captain Cook for Rick Dutrow Jr., Manny Franco. Coming off that Withers win, he's already won at a 1 1/8. And Sand Devil, the New York bred, going to get Linda Rice her first ever Derby starter.